Well, well, well. Good evening, folks. How's everybody doing tonight? What's up? What's up? You got your favorite, I hope, reverend individual, me. I'm just calling myself by who I am. I'm the Reverend Jason William Egroff. That's who I am. No mask. None of that weird shit. You know what I mean? And right now, who's in here? We got Spider-Man, Bloop Nation, Eileen, Ebony, Debbie, E-Begging Hater. I'm not yelling. What's up, Heeps? Yeah. Hey, Cookie Pop. What's up? Mike, it's loud? Okay. Okay. I'll take care of that for you. Yeah, it is loud. Sorry about that. Jack my mic volume way up. Alright. That should be better. Is that good? What's up, Hair Chris? Hi, Muse Meow. I say meow to you back. You know. What's up? Alright. Yeah, I'm dressed up in my gi, my Ken gi. I wish I had a better setup, you know, to show you guys. But I have to be quiet tonight. Not too much noise, because Shanny is going through something. Thank you for the sound check. I appreciate you. Where's the wifey? Oh, is over on the bed and resting tonight. I'm having like tachycardic heartbeat too, guys. Shanny ain't dressed as anything. She's just hanging out, you know. She did poison once, though. You guys, she did a, what do you call it? No red bandana, E-Begging Hater. No way. I can't. It's Ken's gi, man. I'm in the Ken outfit, dude. He don't wear that. And we're gonna find out about that now. Okay? So that's the content that I have prepared for you. And I don't know how much I'll be paying attention. I'm probably just gonna pay attention to the video and do the video, because it's a long video. So here we go. We're going to start doing it, and I'll talk to you a little bit after, maybe, but because this is a long video. So I'm going to watch it and do commentary. All right, guys, here we go. It's good to see everybody, and thank you for being here. This segment, by the way, for your consumption, is brought to you by Man Baby Gaming. Shout out to Mr. Mike Matei of Mike Matei Live and the Man Baby Gaming Network. I'm a proud member. I don't need compensation. I just am part of it because I am a man baby. Yes, I play video games. I enjoy watching Mike for hours play Doom, Wolfenstein X. And that's modded Doom. You really don't get more dorky than that. So without any further ado, here we go. The insane lore of Street Fighter.
Back in August, I made a video called The Insane Lore of Tekken. Why? Because I wanted to gush about Heihachi Mishima while illustrating how crazy that universe actually was. Oh yeah, you're all talking about 10 strings and frame data, and I'm over here thinking about the fact that a boxing kangaroo is mortal enemies with a boxing dinosaur. It was just supposed to be a fun one-off. I didn't plan on covering anything else. But then something crazy.
Yeah, I have to admit, if he brought up Tekken, right? He brought up Tekken. Okay, I have to say that it's one of the best games. Like, Tekken 1 on PlayStation was absolutely my joint. Like, the enemies are pretty ridiculous. Like, there's a kangaroo, there's a bear. Tekken Tag Tournament, that was like my shit. my favorite game for a while at least. But Tekken's awesome too. Maybe we'll do that too. The lore of Tekken. This guy's great. Shout out to Clement J64.
See happened. Jesus! 3 million? This got the attention of over 3.5 million people.
That's awesome.
I'm so fucking embarrassed. You weren't all supposed to see this. I'm just a dumb bumpkin who lives in the snowy mountains of Canada. What in the hell happened here?
We have
Every day that I log into YouTube, my analytics will tell me that another 8,000 people have watched the Tekken vid in the last 2 days. It is easily the most popular video I've ever made, and I've been doing this YouTube thing since 2008.
Oh my
As you can imagine.
It's fucking Hihachi Mishima in a sumo wrestler outfit. That's amazing. That's insane. Yeah, Tekken's awesome.
I've gotten lots of requests to do additional lore videos. To talk about Mortal Kombat, to talk about Dead or Alive, to set the record.
Look, Dead or Alive is literally just for the tits and ass. It's an okay game, I guess. But pretty much that's what you're playing. But Mortal Kombat's, absolutely, we should do that one too. If there's an insane lore of Mortal Kombat, without a doubt, we should do that. It would probably fill like 15 books now, the entire storyline of Mortal Kombat.
Straight over how Guilty Gear is way crazier than Tekken, you idiot. Well, the good news is, I do own a lot of fighting games from all kinds of series. And I do pay attention to...
Oh my god. Soul Calibur, Soul Edge, those games, you create a player in like it's the Soul Calibur on PlayStation 2, I think. Absolutely some of the best fighting games that you could ever watch or play. I say watch because a lot of times in my life I watched my buddies play instead of playing myself. But nobody could beat me with Mitsurugi in Soul Calibur. I piss people off with that.
To their lore. I always thought it would be fun to explain the goofy shenanigans.
Virtua Fighter, Sega Saturn, another classic, absolute classic game.
That occurred before Mortal Kombat 9.
Oh, my balls!
But we'll have to save that for September. For now, I've got to capitalize on this niche I've managed to fill and give some attention to the granddaddy of all fighting games.
That's the best intro ever to a game. This is just joy.
The last guy?
Sorry about that, guys.
I don't even know if introductions are necessary. Street Fighter is the most recognizable fighting game that's ever existed. It may not have been the first of its type, but it's certainly the most influential.
Definitely.
Because of Street Fighter, the 90s exploded with all kinds of...
Look at those crisp graphics. Like, that takes me back to when I was going to Top Dog, which was an arcade here in Nepa, northeastern Pennsylvania. That just takes me back seeing that image, because you can't replicate a coin-op machine. I appreciate a coin-op machine, and because look at the graphics, you can't replicate that really. They can do emulators and stuff, but it's not the same as that. You know, I love this shit.
Competition, Fatal Fury, Mortal Kombat, Virtua Fighter, tons upon tons of fighting games, all trying to capture that thunder.
Oh, you see
because
those
the game
sprites?
was just iconic.
Awesome looking.
You look at its roster, and whether it's the green jungle man Blanca, the stretchy monk Dalsim, or the most macho American ever, Guile, the characters are so unique and memorable.
They are.
Like, my mom doesn't really play video games, but she sure as hell knows who Ryu is.
Nice.
This franchise is evergreen. It's got movies and comic books, and it's been parodied, and it's just a big part of gaming history.
Street Fighter parody.
Having said all that, It's kind of interesting that even still, a lot of people don't know anything about these characters. See, this franchise started in the arcades, and those games were specifically designed to be quick and snappy. They didn't have time for story, they needed the attract mode to show passersby the gameplay. And the AI had...
Now, I gotta speak to you about my personal favorite Street Fighter, okay? Now, when it comes to the arcade, it's absolutely the original Street Fighter 2 machine, okay? Not Championship Edition. The original Street Fighter 2 arcade machine. That's my favorite. But if you're in the wide realm of console port games, it's definitely Street Fighter Alpha 1 on Sega Saturn. And I was taking on like 25-year-old dudes and fucking them up. But I wouldn't today. There's no way. But yeah, those are my favorite in terms of my favorite Street Fighters.
Had to be ball-bustingly hard so that if we wanted to see the little bit of lore that was there, we had to fork up all of our quarters. When these games
Fork up the
consoles,
oh my
they
god,
didn't
that's
really
it right
change
there.
Much. Sometimes the
That was
manuals
it.
would have character by...
Dude, that was it. The SNES cartridge box, I had that. It was taken from me. Everything was taken from me. But that was my shit. That's the shit. Hold up, the stream is messing up. No, it's not.
biographies that told you what was up, and other times they instead listed special moves. Street Fighter 3 had a completely new cast of characters whose backstories were just completely hidden away. Why is the final boss a red and blue angel man? Heck if I know. Things have improved a lot with the newer games, but even then, it is still asking the player to check every source available. If you start up Street Fighter 4 with Cammy, it doesn't explain who the girl in the hospital
Oh my
bed
god,
is,
did I?
because the answer to that question is in the Super Street...
Yeah, the stream's definitely not messing up. Please don't mess with me. Yeah. The stream's perfect. What's up? I can't believe that. I just saw you at Quinn's. Kristen C. No shit, that's awesome. Okay. He the guy with the Slipknot shirt. Yeah, I told him, your boyfriend, I told him Slipknot broke up and it sucks. Thanks, Kristen. You rock on too. It's fine. No, it's been fine. Like
Street Fighter 4 OVA. Duh! More so than the Tekken video, I had to bust my ass to connect all of these story threads. Watching each ending in every single game, cross-referencing with multiple biographies, having to consult goddamn victory quotes. I spent hours checking every single win quote on the wikis just to see if I could get some extra clarification.
wow, like this guy gets massive props, guys. Like for real, this guy is amazing. He's got 206k subs. That makes sense. He deserves it. He went through even Wikipedia quotes. What? That's wild, man. Let me see if I could do something here. Sorry about that. Whoa, what are you doing? I'm sorry, guys. Give me a second here. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah. No, but it won't be over the window. I hate that. Ah, no, that ain't gonna work. Never mind. I'm just learning OBS better. And when you have no producer, it's really rough when you got no producer. It's not easy. Deal? Come on, now that's covering up that. Oh my god. There we go. Sorry. I'm really sorry, guys. Okay, we're going back to it.
That's seriously what we're dealing with here. I did my best, and this video will be covering everything about the mainline Street Fighter universe.
Okay.
I will not be talking about the spin-offs like Marvel vs. Capcom, nor am I going to talk about the EX games, which basically operate in their own weird continuity.
Okay.
Keep in mind that this video was being worked on in May of 2023 and was intended to upload with the release of Street Fighter 6.
Street Fighter 6,
As
yeah.
such, I will not be spoiling that game's plot because I haven't played it yet. This video is intended to be complimentary because you can think of it as a primer, something to bring you up to speed. And yes, I still called this the insane lore because Street Fighter...
What the hell? Do you guys see that? You got like a cod piece over himself, and what the hell is that? That's looking like hentai, man. You got like a friggin' suction thing with tubes coming off of it on his penis. What the hell is that stuff? That's bizarre. That's intense. That's intense.
Is very, very insane. So, without further ado, let's talk about the insane...
That's right, Shannon. Dusty. I just want to be Philip Seymour Hoffman. That would be bad, though, because he's passed on. That would suck. No, I'm kind of liking my life right now. You know, I really am. I wish I didn't have a tachycardic heartbeat and I'm shaking like a leaf. I wish I didn't have that. But, you know, sometimes your body... I'm still adjusting these freaking meds, you know? But, yeah, Dusty is, like, one of my favorite characters in any movie. Why am I boring? I ain't, though. Like, people watch me in Shanny, so I don't know what what's your deal? What's the deal, Tuesday? What's the deal? Huh?
Plain lore of Street Fighter.
Yeah, that's
Kamala
right.
Harris understands the
Oh,
struggles.
God,
of
we
working
got a
people.
commercial. Go Kamala, whatever.
Okay, where do we begin? Well, we should definitely start with the Shotos. Once upon a time in Japan, there was a martial artist named Gotetsu. He was a master of the fighting style and Setsuken. Anyone who utilizes this style will be able to punch really high, summon energy to shoot blue fireballs.
Oh my God, that's it. No.
This technique would be passed on to his...
What the hell was that? Dude, you messed my shit up. What the hell? Of course. I tried it.
I did my best, and this video will be covering everything about the mainline Street Fighter universe.
Oh my
I will not
God,
be talking
I
about
hate the way
spin-offs like Marvel vs. Capcom.
Scrolling works in this.
Okay, where do we begin? Well, we should definitely start with the Shotos. Once upon a time in Japan, there was a martial artist named Gotetsu. He was a...
I wanted to tell you that my favorite... I'm sorry about that. I wanted to... worst of the internet. That's... Thank you, e-begging hater. I'm calm. Not boring. Rev, you look like the little girl on the Swiss Miss package with that hair. Thank you. That's very beautiful of you to say, and I appreciate the compliment. If I could be Tana Mojo's sister, you know, and I'm very much into that, you know. Okay? So that's what you get. Do I look like a cute little Mary Jane? Huh? Do I look like a little cute girl? Huh? I don't know. The Lord's with me because I hit the exact spot where I was at. Yeah, you're good people. Don't listen to them, Rev. You're very pretty. Thank you, hello, space boy. Thank you very much. Look, in Nadia's chats, there was a kid that really thought I was cute, and he called me a twink. So I'm into being a twink, okay? All right, we're going back to this.
Master of the fighting style and Setsuken.
And
Anyone who
that
utilizes this
Suken.
style will be able to punch really high, summon energy to shoot
See, that's where I was. I wanted to show you
blue
guys
fireballs.
that Ken. And that's probably the pose I'll have him in. Either that pose with the Hadouken coming out, or the pose where he's just fighting pose. That's my Ken. And I want to get a tattoo of him on my shin someday. That's my fucking Ken.
And spin around in the air like they just don't care. This technique would be passed on to his two
Fucking
apprentices,
Akuma.
the brothers Goken and Goki, the latter being renamed Akuma here in the West.
Demon.
And if for some reason you exclusively play Tekken, yes, this character is originally from Street Fighter.
Whoa.
One day.
That's sick. They put fucking Akuma in Tekken. That's badass shit. Wow. I want to... Oh, God. I have Tekken 7. I got to install it. It's huge files, you know. So, if I'm not playing a game... I had Red Dead Redemption 2 on here, right? Jesus God. It's like a 130 gigabyte game. Holy shit. You can't just leave that shit on your hard drive. It clogs your hard drive up. So... But I'll have to pull out Tekken 7.
Goken managed to discover a little boy, an orphan who was all alone with no one to look after him.
Aw.
That boy's name was Ryu. Goken adopts
Ryu,
the boy,
okay.
eventually hoping to pass on Gotetsu's teachings. Anywho, things were going pretty well until Akuma learned of a special ability that his master never used. The Satsui no Hado, the killing intent. See, Ensetsuken is also known as the Assassin's Fist. It's a martial art that can be used
That's
to kill
the movie.
people.
Oh my God. Guys, if any of you are Street Fighter fans, you have to see the movie Street Fighter Assassin's Fist. Okay? The guy that plays Ken literally looks like he came out of the game. He's like real muscular and pretty. He's got good height.
Not the 90s Street Fighter, right?
And what?
I said hopefully not the 90s Street Fighter.
What are you talking about? I mean...
That movie was dog shit.
No, not the 90s Street Fighter movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme playing an American. No, not that movie. Was absolutely atrocious. Even though Raul Julia played a pretty good M. Bison. He did pretty well in that role. No, I'm not talking about that, honey. I'm talking about Street Fighter Assassin's Fist. And it shows the story of Ryu and Ken. And the guy, seriously, the guy that plays Ken he stepped out of the game. Ryu's pretty good too, but not like Ken. And literally, that movie, if you haven't seen it and you're a fan of Street Fighter, you have to see it. Like, immediately. You must. They're supposed to be working on a sequel of some kind too, which, fuck yeah, I'm up for that. Definitely. Let's continue.
Especially vulnerable to a dark energy. If the desire to end your opponent is high enough, there's a good chance you could tap into an energy force that will make you much stronger.
The dark side.
However, if someone chooses to do this, they will lose their humanity and become merciless. Someone who only lives to fight
Evil Ryu.
and kill. Gotetsu did warn his students of the danger inherent, but Akuma did not care.
Cage.
For him,
wasn't
the
Evil
prospect
Ryu.
of becoming the greatest martial artist, someone beyond mere mortals, was too good to pass up. And so Akuma does embrace the Dark Hado, and this leads him to fighting his master. Perhaps Gotetsu could have defeated his apprentice if not for his new technique.
Yeah. And you know what? In Assassin's Fist, it covers that too. Akuma is up in the mountains training. He's just completely obsessed with becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. And whoever did that role, that's Akuma in Assassin's Fist. Wow. It's exactly what every Street Fighter fan wants to see. Not that dog shit from the 90s, like Shanny said. Not that crap. It's exactly what every Street Fighter fan wants to see. And also the anime. If you guys haven't seen Street Fighter the movie, anime. Check that out too. That's pretty damn good. You know, I like anime. Generally speaking, I like anime, but that's probably one of my there's Akira and then that probably. It's good shit. You keep alive with whatever you're eating. Oh my god. I know what you're saying. You want more Red Dead, Marquis de Sade? You guys are obsessed with eating habits of people you don't know. That's right, Marquis de Sade. You're right. That isn't it weird? I mean, if we have to talk about what certain people are eating for the day, what's the deal? You know, my deal is I'm trying to build muscle over time. You know, that's my deal. Thanks for being here, Marquis de Sadie. So blah blah. I'm gonna get tongue twisted. All right, back to the deal. This is great shit. Akuma.
Because Akuma performs the Shungoku Satsu, the raging demon, on his master and succeeds in killing him.
Damn.
His brother and the little boy can only look on in horror as the Dark Warrior leaves to find new competition. From that day forward, Goken vowed to never let this power fall into the wrong hands, to purify Ensetsuken of all of its corruption. We move the clock forward a few years, and Goken eventually gets a new pupil all the way from America. Ken Masters, a boy who comes from an incredibly wealthy family.
Oh my god, my man. Okay, in any video game ever, it's Ken. Ken is my man. Period. I wanted to be him as a kid. But they even have this. He even covered the old man that trained both of them. He has that in the lore. Not many people even know about this fucking story of Ken and Ryu training under this guy. You know, it's so good. This is awesome shit. This is so good.
Heir to the largest conglomerate in the United States. Whereas Ryu is stone-faced and aloof, Ken is a hotshot.
Wait a minute. Ken is supposed to be the heir of the biggest conglomerate in the fucking United States? What? I didn't know that. Yeah, Ryu is stone-faced and aloof. Yep, that's very accurate. Yes. Ken is a friggin' Nepo baby, Shanny said. That is absolutely correct. I knew he came from moderate wealth, but I was wrong. He doesn't come from moderate wealth. He comes from fucking CEO, Elon Musk shit. If you're the head of the biggest conglomerate in the country, you're rich as shit. I didn't know that. Let's continue. That's awesome.
With lots of confidence.
Their personalities could not be more different. Yet they got along so swimmingly during their training.
These two are the ultimate duo. They took the training seriously, and every moment that they practiced together was an amazing experience. Equals in combat, but still very unique. Whereas Ryu mastered the art of charging up his fireballs and delivering the painful Shin Shoryuken, Ken could actually use his ki to create fire. He literally performs flaming uppercuts and flaming kicks.
Fuck yeah, look at that shit.
Apparently, if you train hard enough, that's just gonna happen. When one of them wins...
There is nothing more satisfying, guys. I have to tell you. There's nothing more satisfying than doing one of those ultra combo deals. The supers. The ultra supers. In Street Fighter 4 and 5. It's so... When you land them, it just feels so good. Amazing.
The other just gets stronger to even the score. You will never find a better friendship in all of Street Fighter.
That's right.
Goken was really proud of his students and very much looking forward to teaching them a new power. But unfortunately, a certain someone returned to the dojo. Akuma challenges Goken to a fight to the death. Ryu and Ken are helpless as they see another repeat disaster.
Prepare yourself!
Oh, this is so good. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go get some coffee, and that's the individual deal. I'll be right back. All right, guys, you gotta beg my pardon, okay? I apologize to you, 'cause man, I don't know. I feel like I might be coming down with a bug myself. I'm getting the stuffy nose, and it kind of feels like something in the back of my throat. So I'm gonna start doing this video and stop taking so many breaks, because I want to get through this, and it's really great video. So yeah, totally.
If you see your snake, you can register online to...
Akuma has embraced the dark power so much that he has no reservations over murdering his own brother. He doesn't even waste his time with Ryu and Ken, because to him, they're nothing but weaklings. He only lives for strong opponents. But yeah, Gouken is dead. Super dead.
Super dead.
And so Ryu and Ken's training comes to an end.
That's kind of gay right there.
The two go their separate ways, Ken returning to America and Ryu staying in.
At one point ever, the Assassin's Fist never portrayed that, and they shouldn't portray that. Ken and Ryu with their foreheads together like that? You guys gonna kiss or get it over with? Like, what the hell is that? That's not the deal. Ken and Ryu are friggin' rib each other and joke with each other. Like, that might be taken as homophobic, and I'm not saying it that way. I have no problem with homosexuals at all, but like they're kind of putting that in the lore. I don't know. Okay.
In Japan, but Ryu knew one day that he'd have to avenge his master, that he would have to find and defeat Akuma. But in order to do that,
absolutely,
he'd have to keep training, and the best way to do that is to walk the earth.
What you mean
walk the earth?
You know, like Kane and Kung Fu.
Pulp Fiction
Walk
action.
From place to place, meet people, get in adventures.
Ryu is Street Fighter's would-be main character, and the dude believes in combat more than anything. To him, street fighting is the ultimate form of expression. Communicating with one's fist
oh my
is
god,
the best way to...
that's the level. That level. And which alpha is it? You see Cody and his girlfriend behind. The background is the Final Fight background in Metro City. And if you go off to the side, you see fucking Poison standing on the corner, just hanging out. That's my favorite background ever. If there's a lore video like this for Final Fight, we're doing that next. Okay? Because Final Fight is my fucking next... It's Street Fighter and then Final Fight for me. My two favorite anything, really, games. Street Fighter, Final Fight. That's it.
Understand people as well as grow stronger. He is always willing to take on new challengers, and he is always looking towards self-improvement. That being said, he's kind of a bum. He doesn't own a house, he doesn't have a car, not even a change of clothes.
You some kind of karate man or something?
That was extremely rude to call him just a bum. Like he doesn't want to be tied down to a house, bruh. That don't make him a bum. That just makes him somebody that doesn't want to own a house. You know? Why would you... Yeah, exactly. He's a nomad. Shanny said it. He's a nomad. That doesn't make him a bum. Okay, whatever.
Something like that.
The only money this guy is making is with the occasional odd job, like being a bouncer. But most of the time, he's only earning money through street fighting competitions. This guy's two special abilities are being able to sleep wherever he wants and hitchhiking. Hitchhiking! I didn't even know that was a skill one could excel at. He doesn't care about the latest technology. He doesn't want a pair of shoes. The only thing he needs to spend money on is food and/or plane tickets. Wait, Ryu has a...
I mean, there it is. What's your deal? Do you have a problem with Ryu just wanting to have a meal or have a plane ticket to go fight. Like, what's your deal with that? And there it is, the character select screen from Street Fighter II, The World Warrior, the original arcade machine. That's beautiful art. I love it.
Passport? Anywho, he's always keeping up to date with the street fighting scene, and this alerts him to the existence of the first ever Street Fighter tournament. A special event inviting warriors from all over the world to try and dethrone Thailand's long-standing champion, the king of Muay Thai, Sagat. Now this guy, he's a big fucking deal. When Sagat dethroned the previous champion, he was only a teenager. And ever since,
he definitely is
he
a
has
big
been
fucking deal.
Undefeated. For decades! This dude is 7 feet tall and a national treasure. The worst fight Sagat has ever had was with a man named Go Hibiki. Desperate to win, this guy completely obliterated Sagat's right eye. Ruined it forever,
like
so that he now has to wear an eye patch. Now you'd think this would give Go an advantage, but all it did was piss Sagat off. Oh, there was a murder that day.
Oh
Sagat
my god, look at that
his
shit.
Punches, and he
fucking
just
Dan up real
kills
bad.
Go Hibiki. I don't mean metaphorically, no. He is super dead. And whether this kill scared the rest of his competition, or he really is that tough to beat, Sagat would never taste the sting of defeat.
Look, in the arcade, if you got to Sagat in the first place, you're friggin' amazing. But he's a wall of a character. The difficulty on him is so fucking OP. Forget it. I mean, I don't think I ever saw anybody like blast him really well. Even the pro players in the arcade, when they got to him, they usually were spending more tokens because he's really hard.
Beat. He is an absolute legend, the invincible tiger. Knowing all of this, Ryu thinks to himself, he sounds like a fun guy to fight.
Absolutely.
Dave McCormick got
Yeah,
rich.
Dave McCormick
Really
got
rich.
rich. You understand that? Don't vote for him. Shit.
Okay, so the first game in the series is very different from the rest.
Here we go,
For one
first
thing,
game.
it only has 2 playable characters, both of which, Ryu and Ken, are exactly the same. And technically, Ken's appearance is 100% non-canon because he never participated in this tournament.
There's
he was
his
too
girl.
busy handling things in America. This game is completely centered around Ryu, so luckily it's pretty easy to recap. He
Cool.
finds himself flying all over the world to fight other participants and advance further in the tournament. Guys like the American Joe.
American
He
Joe.
exists. And then there's the boxer Mike.
Oh my god, Capcom. Capcom, what the hell is wrong with you? You have to put American Joe in a Street Fighter game now. Like, is he... Look at Mount Rushmore background. That's crazy. Okay, that's it, Capcom. For the next... Could you... Oh my... I have so many good ideas for you, Capcom. I'd make you a lot of money. When VR gets to the point where... We're pretty much there now. But make gloves. Glove controllers, okay? And you can track your movements looking by your hands, right, in the helmet. You got to make a Street Fighter game, and you got to make a Final Fight game, and everybody's gonna want it if you design it right, right? Absolutely. But oh my god, I have so many ideas that makes my mind race. I just gotta go back to this.
Who is absolutely not Balrog, despite what his Japanese name would have you believe. There's an old
Balrog.
monk named Retsu, a ninja named Geki, and 2 English bouncers named Eagle and Birdie. There might be a 3rd guy named Bogey.
I mean, Birdie is definitely one of the guys that's in Final Fight. But there's characters that you guys got to make in Street Fighter that aren't in the next-gen Street Fighters. Get on that, Capcom.
Eagle is the more sophisticated and lesser-known fighter. The guy makes one other appearance in Street Fighter Alpha 3, but only the PSP version. A very narrow window for people
Oh,
to
wait.
recognize this
Oh,
guy.
my God. There was, like, one of these Street Fighters on the PSP. Oh, my God. I didn't know that. I never had a PSP, but they're pretty neat.
But Birdie, this guy pops up quite a bit. He's a former wrestler who was kicked out of the league for cheating and for being overly violent.
My son, Zach, absolutely loved using Birdie. Like, he was his favorite character to use. You can button mash with him, and he's pretty good, you know? Zach got pretty... He at least got me down a quarter of the way the one time I faced him, you know? Very cool. Yeah, but Birdie's pretty neat.
Oh yeah, it's worth mentioning that
Oh my
wrestling
God,
is-
Saturday Night Slam Masters on the SNES. That's another one of my favorite games ever. It's Capcom. Again, it's a Capcom game. So good. Mike Hager is in that from Final Fight.
super real in the Street Fighter universe. No predetermined matches in this shit. But anywho, Birdie is a thug who likes to eat and has specifically started street fighting to gain the attention of a certain organization. He's not all that
Bison.
bad, though, as he had previously fought Ryu before and actually treated the kid to a burger because he looked like shit.
Oh my
Well,
God, that's
shucks.
awesome.
Ryu also battled a Chinese martial artist named Lee. This character doesn't really return as a fighter, but he does have two nephews who are a much bigger deal. Also in China is the
What's
old
the deal?
man Gen. Now Gen is a lot stronger than you might believe. An assassin of some repute,
Gen.
this competitor
I
has
remember
actually
him.
mastered two different fighting styles that he can switch
Yep,
between
there he
at
is,
will.
in Alpha.
In the Hong Kong underground, he was feared as Gen the Invincible, the man of 100 bloody battles. Despite how intimidating that sounds, Ryu still managed to beat him. But I'm willing to bet that Gen was having an off day. Why? Because he is terminally ill. Gen...
I just want to give a shout out to Clement J64. You do awesome editing style. I love your editing style, man. Like tops. Very good stuff.
is dying, and instead of being helpless and lying in bed, the old man wants to go out in a blaze of glory. I can see why he'd
Fortune
want
and
to challenge
glory.
Sagat. Who else could give him the death match that he's been looking for? And the last obstacle blocking Ryu from the finals is Adon, another Muay
Adon.
Thai fighter who Sagat took under his wing. Adon believes that might makes right, which is exactly...
That he's a kickboxer type dude, and a character exactly like him is in Samurai Showdown, I believe, for Neo Geo.
why he respects his master oh so much. But yeah, Ryu, he trounces everyone and makes it to the top of the hill, where the invincible tiger
There
awaits.
he is.
And obviously, Sagat does not make it easy. He's the
No.
only other guy in the tournament who actually has energy blasts, and fuck me, he's annoying to fight.
Damn.
Ryu definitely gets his ass kicked,
Oh.
but his desire to win is super strong, and something prevents him from giving up. A certain energy force builds up within, giving him the edge he needs to strike a decisive blow. Ryu
Sagat.
delivers a brutal Shoryuken, which cuts
Oh
a
my
hole
God.
in Sagat's chest. A permanent scar that will never let him forget.
Oh shit, that's how he gets his chest scar. Is a dragon punch from Ryu. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
The trance that Ryu was under dissipates, and he finds himself standing victorious over the once unbeatable champion. Against all odds, Ryu wins the Street Fighter tournament! Little does he know, however, that the outcome of this match would have major ramifications.
Uh-huh.
And now, he's earned the attention of Shadaloo.
Shadaloo. Yeah, I don't need the Minecraft situation.
Oh, time out. No, sorry, I can't quite talk about the sequel yet because I have to take a detour and address another Capcom franchise.
What's the deal?
First, let's talk about Final Fight.
Oh my God. This guy is amazing. Okay, I'm sorry. How are you guys doing in the chat? What's up? Are you okay? Stop. Final Fight, literally one of my favorites ever. Okay, like I just told you, this, oh my god, I'm just really enjoying this.
Final Fight is a beat-em-up game released in 1989 that stars a completely different cast of characters. The events of this game take place in Metro City, which is essentially an alternate version of New York City. You can see the Statue of Liberty, it's got its own Times Square.
Whoa.
Everything about the
Oh
aesthetics
my
is
God,
just exactly the
guys.
same.
Guys, did you see the pan of Metro City? Metro City is without a doubt 100% New York City. Period. If you see in the background there, you can spot the Empire State Building, which, praise Jesus, is still there. And this is like, there's the Wall Street building right there. Metro City is 100% New York City. Cody, oh my god, they have Cody in the game in his original outfit? I didn't know that. I gotta download some Street Fighter stuff, Street Fighter 5.
Which makes it all the more funny that New York still exists in this universe. Apparently, it's just across the river
Poison
from Metro City. But there is one major difference between the two locations, and that is the gang violence. Metro City is plagued with crime, most of it caused by the notorious Mad Gear Gang.
Screw you
Headed by a
guys.
man named Belger, what they lack in strength, they more than make up for in numbers.
There's poison,
So
man.
one man decides to
Mike
throw his
Hagar,
hat
he's
into the
gonna fuck 'em
political
up.
ring so that he could become the mayor and clean up the streets.
That's right.
That man is Mike Hagar.
That's
a
right.
former professional wrestler who is single-handedly going to punch all of the crime away. By the way, his wrestling career is depicted in another Capcom spin-off, Muscle Bomber, aka the Saturday Night Slam Masters.
Yes.
He's not the only cameo, as you can see Chun-Li watching the fights on the left side of the arena. But anywho...
Oh my god, are you serious? No, this is like one of the greatest videos ever made, period. Okay? Saturday Night Slam Masters was one of my favorite SNES games. Way up there on the list.
Mike Hagar does indeed become the mayor of Metro City, and he prepares to clean up the streets so that his daughter Jessica can live in peace. Although she does have a bodyguard of sorts, because she is dating a street fighter named Cody Travers. An
Yep.
extremely formidable combatant, this guy also
Cody.
has a ninja for a best friend. A guy named Guy. Guy was born in America but grew up in Japan. As a boy, he was taken in by a man named Zeku, who was the 39th generation master of Bushinryu. This fighting style gave Guy the speed and sneakiness to let him dispatch foes with ease. After failing his first exams, Guy returns to Metro City, hoping that a little street fighting will help him hone his skills. That's where he meets Cody, as well as a girl named Reina, who Guy falls in love with and proposes to. Aww. Anyway, the game kicks off when Mike Hagar gets a phone call in his office. The person on the other end is a Mad Gear thug named Damned. We have a little business proposition for you. Your daughter for your cooperation. What? What's happened to Jessica? Why make your job difficult? Just let us do as we please, like the mayor before you did. Oh.
Look, I gotta say this really quick. I have not mentioned money once. So am I e-begging? The answer is fucking no. If you want to donate to us, we always need the money. Always. You can put it right down in one of these addresses that's below me. Okay? And we love you. But I didn't ask for money once. Okay? I'm doing content for you guys because I love you guys. And I want to enjoy this with you. You know? It's fun doing this. And I want nothing but love and peace. That's all I want. I told that recently to a guy that's really been bad to me, you know? That's really hurt me bad. I said, look, I just want peace, dude. You go with God. Because it's so toxic. It's so fucking toxic to be having this back and forth fighting dog shit. It's horrible. Let's go back to one of the greatest videos ever made. This video, The Lore of Street Fighter by Clement J64.
Oh, buddy, you just made the biggest mistake of your life. Hagar calls up Cody and Guy, and the three of them just decide to go to town.
This is another machine that once Shanny and I are rich, and we got a nice, beautiful mansion, and in the basement, it's going to be plush carpet on the whole basement, right? And there's going to be movie posters and video game posters all over it. I want a Final Fight machine. I want a Mortal Kombat, the first Mortal Kombat coin-op machine, and a Street Fighter 2, the original World Warrior arcade machine. And I will be the happiest boy ever.
Mayor of Metro City rips off his shirt and just starts pile-driving motherfuckers until he gets his hair back.
That fucking great line. He just fucking keeps pile-driving motherfuckers. Here's another idea for you, Capcom. You have to make a side-scrolling beat 'em up game exactly like this, with like 150 playable characters. Do you get me? Okay, you have the space now that you can, like, games can be 10 gigabytes, 170 gigabytes. Make 150 characters playable on a side-scrolling beat 'em up game, and you put Street Fighter, Final Fight, all of those characters in it. Okay? Come on, Capcom. Even Mega Man. Why not?
And if you're asking why he didn't get help from the police, well, that's because they're in Mad Gear's
there's a
pockets.
crooked cop, Eddie.
Only trust your fists. Police will never help you.
What's that, folks? Streets of Rage. Hell yes.
These guys trash a lot of enemies. After Damned, there is Sodom. And oh my god, this frickin' guy. Do you know the definition of a weeb? It is a derisive term for a non-Japanese person who is so obsessed with Japanese culture that they wish they were Japanese.
Whoa, okay, I just learned a new term. Weeb. A weeb is a person that loves Japanese culture so much that they want to be Japanese. That's interesting. Shanny just said me. That's true. Probably also Felix PewDiePie's Scletta de Florida, and maybe Marcia too, you know. And Cinnamon Toast Ken, well, I got something coming to you, okay? I'm going to let you go for the moment, okay? I saw your video, the next one. I saw it. Son, we're going to have words. All right, we got some words. You want a beef? You want your first fucking internet beef for real? Well, you got it. Okay? But I'm going to set you to the side for Street Fighter. I know you love Street Fighter, Ken. Definitely. You got Ken tattooed on you. And your name is Ken. Kenneth Morrison, right? That's your name? You got beef.
This fits Sodom to a T. He actually refers to the Mad Gear gang as Mado Gia. Upon meeting the man, Guy can only cringe at the embarrassing caricature that he has made himself. Then they meet Rolento, a military man who used to belong to the Red Berets. A weapon expert who loves the thrill of combat, Rolento believes that he is destined to create the ultimate army. A nation built by soldiers, for soldiers.
Wow, that sounds like Nazi
in order to
propaganda.
build an army, you need recruits. And that's why he joined the Mad Gear gang. He was hoping to win over some of its members. But ultimately, he feels the sting of defeat when Guy kicks his ass. Rolento would harbor deep animosity for the ninja.
This video is so awesome. I'm learning about these characters. Rolento is like a friggin' Nazi. Like, he's working towards the supreme race. That's wild. I did not know that.
ninja ever since. Then
Freaking
there's
grenades.
the Andores. Hailing from Germany, this is a family of muscle men who all
No, wait a minute. Not Andorre? No, it's Andor. I'm pretty sure. They're from Germany? Okay.
look very identical to each other. There's Father Andore, Uncle Andore, Grandpa Andore, Andore Jr., and the most important of all, Hugo Andore.
Hugo.
As a child, little Hugo was encouraged by his mother to grow big and strong, like a potato. And so he did just that. Seriously, this guy is freaking huge.
He's a
the
big
Andre
boy.
the Giant
Oh, there's
of Street
Poison. My
Fighter
God. Look
characters.
at that
As an
animation.
adult,
You
he
see
became
that? You see Poison's animation. It's ridiculous, man. The way they drafted her up is awesome. This dude, look at this move.
Professional wrestler
Boom.
until he was recruited by the Mad Gear. Not because he believes in chaos and anarchy.
Alright, I have to say to you guys, okay? I have to say to you, if you ever get a chance and if you haven't played like Street Fighter 4 or 5, play them. They did the 3D thing, but like it's 2D 3D. You're seeing it. Amazing. And when you have a good controller, it's so responsive. The game is very the finger inputs match perfectly in real time. You're playing like those Street Fighter 4 and 5. Get them, one of them.
More so, he's just not the sharpest tool in the shed. But it's not just men who join this gang. We also have a pair of ladies with whips. Roxy and Poison.
Roxy
They're not
and
related.
Poison,
They're
man.
just good friends who grew up together in an orphanage.
Okay, see, we're gonna have a controversy here. They were in an orphanage together. No shit. Okay. They tried to make Poison trans. You're gonna see this. I don't know if he'll go into it.
Orphanage. Lacking any paternal care, naturally they find themselves leaning into a life of crime, eventually joining Mad Gear. Poison, the girl with the pink hair, becomes very acquainted with Hugo during this time. And, what else? Oh, I know. Let's refer to the Capcom Classic Collection's biography of her. Poison grew up in an orphanage. Even though Poison is a guy, he chooses to wear women's clothing.
What?
She even feels that fighting is the best way to stay in shape. Oh boy. This collection came...
Excuse me? A PlayStation 2 Capcom Classics collection. They actually altered her story that they're a trans individual. Capcom, why? You make a female that's really attractive looking and the boys are attracted to the sprite, and then you make them trans? No, I am not going to believe that. Okay? The only reason they had this thing where they made Poison trans is the snowflakes in America. When Final Fight came out on the SNES, all of the snowflake people said, "Oh my God, Hager and Cody and Guy are hitting a female. Oh, we have to make him a skinny guy with a mohawk." That's where it came from. So now in the Capcom Classics collection lore of Poison, they actually changed her bio that they're trans. Because, if it's a woman, if it's a guy dressed as a woman, you're not hitting a woman. Oh, but that in itself is transphobic. Isn't it? That's... man. And he'll probably go into it. Let's see.
Came out in 2005. It was a different time. But there is a nugget of truth to that bio. When the character was conceived, she was inferred to be transgender. And for
What?
the longest time, producer Yoshinori Ono would...
Oh my God. Oh my flippin' God. You get boys to think she's super hot, nice butt, nice thighs, big tits, and oh, she's fucking trans. I'm gonna stop that. Is that Bobby Lee? It kind of looks like him. The Poison at Comic-Con. I ain't transphobic at all, okay? But you're like forcing down my throat that a video game character that I think is hot is trans. Oh well, I guess I just gotta go with the flow. That's the deal.
They add fuel to the fire by confirming said canon.
Oh
Eventually,
my God, it
2011,
is canon. It's canon. Holy shit. I gotta get a coffee. I'll be right back, folks. Holy shit. Alright, folks, I'm back. Look. You find things out, you know? You find things out and you're like, damn. That's weird. But, you know, it's the way it goes. It's like they sneak these things in culturally. And it makes you feel weird. Anyway, back to the video. Enough of that.
Capcom made Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and they announced that Poison was going
Now,
to be a playable
Look, where is she tucking anything? Can you tell me where she's tucking? That is a female with female genitalia. There's no bump.
Character. Sweet! However, when gameplay started surfacing, it came off a bit tasteless. Because everyone's win quote against Poison was something along the lines of, "Wow, even though you look like a girl, you fight like a man."
What?
And considering it was 2011, when the transgender community was starting to blossom, yeah, that didn't go over very well.
Oh my God.
When the game was finally released, every single reference to her gender was scrubbed. And it stayed that way for Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5. Even the character biographies won't touch the subject, leaving it up to debate whether her identity has been retconned. And believe me, Poison is something of a trans icon.
A trans icon. Poison is a trans icon. Look, there is not. I mean, that picture is very friggin' provocative. I mean, and there's no lump there, dude. Okay. I reject your reality and I substitute my own.
You know what's interesting? In Street Fighter V, there is a stage called the Lair of the Four Kings. When you defeat an opponent on the left side, you knock them into a computer that scans their data. Knock Dhalsim into it, he's identified as male. Chun-Li, female. But when you defeat Poison here, the computer cannot process that information.
Oh my God, really?
Gender is unknown. Make of that what you will. Now the last gang member...
Okay. You guys are... Okay. If it's trans, that's offensive. Okay? If Poison is trans, why wouldn't you call her female? Right? Yeah, Capcom's being transphobic. What's the deal? Or say trans female. No, gender unknown? Really? Wow. Wow, I think something needs to be fixed. Okay?
member I have to mention is Abigail, who despite the clothes and physique, is not a member of the Andorre family. No, instead of hailing from Germany, Abigail hails from Canada. And you know, despite being a franchise that features warriors from all over the world, Abigail is the only Canadian. What the hell?
Go figure.
This is our representation? A roided out Hulk man who wears tires as armbands?
Huge. Holy shit.
I'll take.
Look at his character model. Holy shit. He's friggin' huge, guys. Look at him. Is he like 20 feet tall? Uh-oh, hentai octopuses. That's funny, Marquitas 80. Yay, Canada. Exactly. We love our Canadians here, 100%. Shout out to Chantal Marie. Foodie Beauty. Shout out. She's native Canadian. That's it. Oh, Canada. We love you, Canada. China, yeah.
Take what I can get. Anyway, these characters are all going to feature heavily in the Street Fighter games. As for Final Fight itself, the trio of heroes bust some heads, make it up to Belger's penthouse, and then they knock the motherfucker out a plate glass window to his death. The mayor just murdered a man, good lord!
What, he murdered a man? The dude is a crime boss, he's a sack of trash. Like, what do you want? Crime boss. Kidnapped Cody's girl.
Hagar saves his daughter and manages to quell the Mad Gear Gang. We cut to Final Fight 2, where Cody and Jessica go on a vacation, and Guy returns to Japan to complete his training. It's then that Hagar learns that the Mad Gear Gang are still up to no good, but this time in Hong Kong. They have kidnapped Guy's...
I love this. He's actually doing Final Fight lore at the same time as Street Fighter, which is extremely appropriate. I'm loving this dude. Shout out again to Clement J64. Everybody go sub right now if you haven't.
His fiancée Reina, which spurs her sister Maki to ask the mayor for help. Another student of...
Oh, I paused that at the right time for the guys. Maki all the way, man. I remember her. You don't forget her.
Of Bushinryu, Maki does appear as a fighter in Street Fighter Alpha 3.
What?
Again, like...
Oh my god, I didn't know that. That's sick. She's one of my favorite characters, man. Awesome.
Eagle, it is only for the PSP version. Both Eagle and Maki were originally created for Capcom vs. SNK 2. And I guess Capcom just wanted to reuse their sprites for the handheld
I want
edition.
all of these games,
If you ask me, I think both of them are due for a comeback. Coincidentally, Chun-Li happened to be in Hong Kong while all of this was going
There's Chun-Li.
down. Cut to Final Fight 3, and Hagar now has to quell a new enemy in the form of...
Now, this is the game. I want to play this with... I want to beat this game with Shanny. Final Fight 3, big time. I want us to play it on stream if possible. But I need to get the converter box for the cap card in order to do it. So, if you want to help us out with that, that's on our Amazon wish list. The conversion box for HDMI, for RCA hookup to HDMI. Yes. I want to play SNES games with Shanny real bad. I love my girl, and I want to play games with my baby girls.
The Skullcross Gang. This time he gets help from Guy again, as well as a police detective named Lucia. And that's really all I need to say. Every Final Fight game can basically be boiled down to somebody fucking around and then finding out. Mike Hagar's relentless ass-kicking completely cleans up the streets of Metro City and convinces a lot of the gangsters to go legit and give up their criminal deeds. It's funny, Hagar is such a huge part of this universe, but he only gets a few cameos in the Street Fighter games. The only way you're going to see Ryu battle with Hagar is in a spin-off like Marvel vs. Capcom. And yes, this detour was absolutely necessary. I would argue characters like Poison wouldn't be nearly as popular if they didn't make the jump over to Street Fighter. So yeah, that was Final Fight. Let's move on.
Alright.
Kamala Harris's economic...
You gotta do this with ads. Alright, fine. The ad deal.
Not time for that. Because in 1995, a certain series would be released that took place after Street Fighter 1 and before Street Fighter 2.
Okay.
And that would be the Street Fighter Alpha series.
Yes.
When the fighting turned anime. The Street Fighter Alpha series consists of 3 different games that all kind of blur together in terms of story. Like, Alpha 1 had character motivations and rival fights and unique endings, and then Alpha 2 basically just did that again. Dan, Charlie, Sagat, Chun-Li, almost all of the characters have the exact same ending, but with much different execution. Alpha 3, however, acts as a continuation to Alpha 1 and 2, following up on developments made in those games. It also features the climactic confrontation with Shadaloo. And yeah, I gotta elaborate on the giant criminal syndicate first, because practically every character is driven by this group, as well as its very evil leader. Enter Master Bison, or M. Bison for short.
Master Bison.
This guy is the evilest evil who ever evil.
Okay, so now we know for sure the M stands for Master. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was, like, confirmed. Okay.
He's a martial artist whose origins are wrapped in mystery. We don't know where he originates from, nor any known relatives. But what we do know is that he was the apprentice of someone who utilized soul power. Soul power is an aura that takes a person's spiritual energy and converts it into the physical. Manipulating objects, shooting energy beams, surrounding yourself with it. It's an incredibly versatile skill to have. Bison was not just a student though, he was also a master. And eventually he taught his own apprentice, an Italian woman named Rose, that same skill. So yes, Bison was Rose's master. A plot point the games don't like talking about all that
Didn't know
much.
that.
Now Bison, even at this point, is still a really awful guy. Eventually his arrogance and dark nature leads him to attacking and killing his master. And through this dark act, Bison's soul power changed into something completely different. Psycho power. Essentially, a more destructive form, psycho power is created as a result of evil intentions. If you have an ugly soul, you're going to have a much more vicious power. One that allows you to hover, one that allows you to teleport back and forth, one that allows you to do the infamously powerful Psycho Crusher! This energy also...
There's T-Hawk, he's awesome. Psycho Crusher. That's the move.
Feeds off of negative emotions. If you hate M. Bison, you're only making him stronger. If he ruins your life and makes you sad, it only benefits him.
From
Here
fear,
you
despair,
go.
and hatred will be given to Lord Bison. Lord Bison will be the one to rule the world!
Using his psycho power, Bison wastes no time in creating a criminal syndicate of which he is the dictator. Shadaloo. A twisted organization that deals in every awful thing you could imagine. Kidnapping, drug trafficking, arms dealing, human experimentation, warmongering. Bison has...
See, all those things, guys. That's the Brotherhood. The Dark Hand. That's real, in real life, for sure. Shadaloo is the Brotherhood. Masons.
At his disposal, multiple bases filled with soldiers and scientists and helicopters and robots. You name it, they've got it. Shadaloo once invaded Mexico and attacked the indigenous Thunderfoot tribe just so that they could steal their land. The villagers fought back, but to no avail.
Accurate to reality.
The chieftain, Arroyo Hawk, was powerless against M. Bison's might. Not only was he killed, but many of the villagers were just outright kidnapped by Shadaloo's thugs.
Damn.
Thunderhawk, or T-Hawk for short, could only look in horror as his father was killed and girlfriend Julia abducted. No doubt the worst day of his life. But for Bison?
For me, it was a Tuesday.
Okay, and this is where it gets even more fucked up. So Bison kidnapped Julia and another villager named Noembelu, and then he proceeds to put them into Project Dolls. I don't know if it's a fetish thing or what, but Bison decides that he needs an elite team of bodyguards and assassins who all happen to be women. Referring to them as dolls, Bison proceeds to kidnap multiple women from...
It's like Charlie's Angels, but like hentai. What the hell? Bison made a bunch of, like, artificial slave assassin women. That's crazy story.
All over the world in order to mess with their heads and brainwash them. The dolls are completely subservient to Shadaloo. They receive genetic enhancements to have exceptional reflexes and combat ability, but at the cost of their life expectancy. and every one of them is named after a month of the year in their native language. So in order, we have Enero, Février, Mars, April, Satsuki, Juni, Julie, Santamu, Jayu, Jianyu, Noembelu, and DiCapri. Only 3 of these characters are playable, by the way.
Vibing like friggin' Pokemon. What's the name? What's the name of the crew in Pokemon? Yeah, thank you, Shanny. Yeah, Team Rocket. Definite Team Rocket vibes for these chicks. The way they're dressed. Even with, like, they got like a lightning bolt on their shoulder. That, oh my god, that's like, I ain't gonna say what that is, but it was in World War II.
But I'm leaving out someone important. The main doll. The one girl who excels above all others. Killer Bee. You may know her as Cammy, but despite what the menus would tell you, that name was not established until she met up with Delta Red. For now, she is just Killer Bee, a clone of M. Bison.
What?
At least, in regards to his genetic material, she's a clone. Whatever you say, game, really? I'll just take your word for it. Killer Bee was a test tube baby. She was created in Shadaloo's labs, the one who stood out amongst the rest. And like the other dolls, she is Bison's go-to girl when it comes to retrieving data and assassinations.
No shit.
You can only imagine how much death and destruction Killer Bee has caused. Along with the dolls, Bison also hired some ruthless fighters to be his enforcers, to stand on top of the mountain as his fellow kings. First up is Balrog, a boxer from Las Vegas. This guy is a dirty fighter with one hell of a punch. This guy is so strong, he's been known to knock out elephants. Freaking elephants! He is so vicious and deadly that the boxing league wants nothing to do with him. Since he's too intimidating to make money the normal way, he gladly accepts Shadaloo's offer to punch out their enemies. And finally we have Vega, a Spaniard who mastered the art of ninjutsu. This guy has serious mental issues. He is a narcissist who believes himself to be the...
I mean, that takes me back, okay? Vega fights for me on Street Fighter 2 on SNES. Oh my god. Because I put the difficulty up to like 7 stars. Because I wanted to get better and better on SF2 on the SNES. Literal hours to beat Vega. Like, extreme difficulty.
The most beautiful creature on the planet.
He's a narcissist.
As a child, his mother instilled upon him the belief that beauty was above all else. In Vega's twisted world, anything that's ugly deserves to die.
That's fucked.
He prefers to wear a mask and claw to battle, not only to protect his beautiful face, but also to keep a good distance away from the ugly prey he'll no doubt be cutting to pieces.
What a sack
Make no
of
mistake,
shit.
This guy is one of the strongest characters in Street Fighter.
Definitely.
And now that I've introduced all of the Shadaloo Kings, I want to mention the fact that you shouldn't confuse Balrog with Mike, even though his Japanese name is M. Bison. Mike Bison. Mike Tyson.
Bison? Oh my god. M. Bison. M. Tyson. Balrog is... Oh my god, that's crazy, guys. M. Bison. Balrog. That's crazy. Mike Tyson.
You get it? You get it? See, in 1991, I guess Capcom decided that associating the boxer with the actual controversial man, Mike Tyson, might be a little awkward. So they decided to rearrange all of the Shadaloo King names so that the boxer became Balrog, which was originally Vega's name, and the Spanish ninja became Vega, which was originally the dictator's name, and then the dictator became M. Bison. So whenever you go to an international fighting tournament where people from all kinds of countries are battling, they usually just refer to the 3 fighters as Boxer, Claw, and Dictator. Because the games have not changed their names, and I live in Canada, I will still be referring to the Boxer as Balrog, I will still be referring to the Dictator as M. Bison, and that's just how it's gonna...
Man, which Street Fighter is this, guys? How is everybody in the chat doing? I'm gonna come and check on you. Enjoy your dinner, Marquis de Sadie. Boyfriend, get back or life down. I'm out. Wandering son of Hecate. God bless you. You leave until good night. God bless you guys. Have fun. I hope people are enjoying this because I am. Like, I don't know what Street Fighter game this is. You're vaping, Dana. You're lucky. Dana Scully in the house. X-Files all the way. Cookie Pop, you're at work listening? Okay, enjoy. God bless you. You're so sweet. I love sweet people in the chat. God bless you. But I need to know. Good Rev, making a filet mignon myself. Countless Kitten, you're making a filet mignon. Hey, back in the day when I really loved meat, that would be the deal for me. Oh, filet mignons are, that's protein up the butt, you know. X-Files forever, absolutely. First stream and enjoying it. Hey, great, Cliff's Bell Bottoms. God bless you. We love you here, you know. I want to know what Street Fighter game this is. It's awesome looking.
B, you're just gonna have to roll with that, okay? Okay. No connection to the Street Fighter 1 character. They were never supposed to be the same guy, apparently, according to Capcom. So, yeah, now you know. With all these assassins and kidnappers and muscle, Shadaloo has tightened its grip on the world. They've secretly infiltrated multiple military forces and taken out any law enforcement that dare investigate them. One Chinese Interpol officer named Dorai was hot on the heels of Shadaloo, himself a skilled fighter thanks to his friendship with a certain Gen the Invincible. But unfortunately, he couldn't overcome the odds, and one day, he disappeared. Permanently. He left behind a daughter who would follow in his footsteps. Chun-Li. Trained by her father in martial arts, she joins up with Interpol in order to discover what happened to him.
Dude, I love how it's like real life, you know? They say she's in Interpol. International Police. That's freaking awesome. That's like Street Fighter Third Strike, I think. Oh man, there's so many good games and I want to play them for hours, all of them. Like, I just absolutely love this shit.
Originally, she participated in street fighting just to get information on her cases, but the more she did it, the more she realized how enjoyable it felt. It wouldn't take long for her to earn the title of the strongest woman in the world. And on the military side, two men became aware of corruption in the U.S. Air Force and decided to start looking for evidence. Charlie Nash and William Guile.
Charlie Nash, I got it.
Friends
William
who really
Guile.
need to fire their barber. Look at that hair!
I didn't know Guile's name was William. That's cool. Charlie Nash and William Guile. Like, and if, like Shanny mentioned the 1990s movie, they had Jean-Claude Van Damme play Guile. It's like, are you fucking serious? He's an American, man. It should have been like, I don't know, Kurt Russell or some shit, you know?
Man,
horrible
I can
casting.
accept the fact that Guile is so patriotic that he got 2 American flag tattoos, but jeez, that broom on your head! You're a strange fellow, Guile. Thanks to their efforts of taking the fight to Shadaloo, they get acquainted with Chun-Li and decide to cooperate together. Meanwhile, you remember Birdie, the English bouncer guy? Well, it turns out the reason he started street fighting was to gain the attention of Shadaloo. This guy is either really brave or really stupid because he decides to meet up with M. Bison and demand a job. The two have a battle, and while Birdie is nowhere near the dictator's
Bison,
league,
you must give
he
me a
at least
job
leaves
now.
an impression.
You are strong. Okay, I'll accept you as a member of Shadaloo.
And so Birdie ends up joining, although this will turn out to not be the dream position that he was hoping for. You know who was never a part of Shadaloo? The Russian professional wrestler Zangief. Well, actually, his name is pronounced Zangief, but I've been calling him the Geef since I was 6 years old, and it's really hard to break that habit, okay? This guy, though, holy. The man is pure muscle.
That's right.
Zangief worships muscles so much that he believes they are the most beautiful thing in the world.
Whoa. I really hate these ads. Sorry about that, guys. I want YouTube Premium.
Muscle! It was nice try.
Reminder, Balrog has knocked out elephants! This man is so fucking strong that he can actually survive bladed weapons.
That's incredible!
Muscle is stronger than blade.
Don't listen to him, kids! You do not want to get stabbed! Zangief is a freak of nature who loves to pile drive people. He spins around so fast that people call him the Red Cyclone. So as you can imagine, no one could beat him in the wrestling ring. This earned the attention of the Russian president, Mikhail Gorbachev. And I know what you're thinking. Haha, Clement made a jokey joke. No, I'm serious. It is Gorbachev. Capcom has an official lore website for Street Fighter. It's called the Shadaloo Research Institute. It was very helpful in making this video. And as I was scrolling through the dozens of profiles, I noticed that Gorbachev is listed here. This is real. They did this. The former Russian president is canon to the Street Fighter universe.
That's awesome.
When Zangief beats Street Fighter 2, they both do the Cossack dance.
I remember that. I beat it with Street Fighter 2 on SNES. With Zangief.
This is goddamn wild. So while Zangief was busy wrestling bears in the mountains of Siberia, Gorbachev asks him if he'd be willing to do his country proud by taking out Shadaloo. The Red Cyclone happily accepts because he loves Mother Russia, and Bison needs to be taken.
See, I didn't know that at all. I thought Zangief was a bad guy. He ain't. He's actually fighting Shadaloo. I did not know that. Very cool.
Taken down a peg. Ignore what Wreck-It Ralph told you. Zangief was never a bad guy.
Oh my
How
god,
dare
he was
you
in
lie
Wreck-It
in the
Ralph?
presence of our Lord and Master, Dr. Eggman. Moving from one weirdo
That's
to another,
awesome.
let's talk about Dalsim. In India lives a practitioner of yoga.
Yes.
That's it. He's just good at yoga. And after mastering yoga, Dalsim gained the ability to stretch his body. His arms go big, his legs go big. He can wrap himself up in a pretzel.
That's
I've heard
true.
of being limber, but this is friggin' ridiculous. He can float in the air. I'm not sure how, but
recently, on a higher difficulty on Street Fighter 2 on SNES, I beat Dalsim in like the first try, and I got one perfect. That made me feel real good.
he can. Oh, also, he can teleport. Yeah, if he's in Japan and he decides, I want to visit New York, boom, instantly. No plane ticket required.
There you go.
You want another crazy ability? Well, guess what? He can read people's minds. He's like Professor X. He can just go into your head and learn whatever he wants.
Wild.
And finally, because he prays to the god of fire, Agni, Dalsim can also shoot fire out of his mouth. Sure, why not? Now, Dalsim is a pacifist by nature, which would beg the question of why he's street fighting. Well, it's a great way to make money, as it turns out, and when his village succumbs to plague and illness, this is the only solution that Dalsim has.
That makes
sense.
sense.
To fight and buy medicine for his people. And doing so makes him a hero to everyone in the village, including his wife Sally and their newborn son, Data.
Sally?
But because he has reached a higher plane of enlightenment...
Wait a minute. He's an Indian dude, and he married an Indian... No, maybe she's a white girl. I don't know. Sally. Okay. Her sprite looks like a Caucasian woman, I guess. I didn't know that one. I never used Dalsim, ever. I never used him.
He becomes aware of the evil that Shadaloo is doing. Sensing something apocalyptic in our future, he goes out seeking M. Bison.
Excuse me.
Speaking of, you remember how he had an apprentice, an Italian woman named Rose?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rose is a fortune teller who can also predict the future.
Boobage, holy
Using the
shit.
power of tarot cards, she
LOL.
also becomes aware of Bison's evil. Since she uses soul energy, she feels she's the best person for the job when it comes to taking him down. Even if she has to sacrifice her own life to do so.
Okay.
Man, there's a lot of people gunning for this guy, including Guy. While training with his master,
Yes.
Zeku imparts a mantra
Guy
to his
is the
students.
shit, too.
When he who would bring chaos to the world appears, the shadows of Bushin shall be there. Thinking back on this statement while seeing all of the disorder that Shadaloo is causing, he connects the dots. In order to be a true Bushinryu, he must vanquish the evil. He must vanquish M. Bison. And after
Coming
all
after
of
you,
these
Bison.
character introductions, I can finally return to our main protagonist. Ryu had defeated Sagat in
Awesome.
the first ever Street Fighter tournament. And while there was cause for celebration, he still accomplished this in a very scary way. He tapped into the Satsui no Hado. That this demonic urge can affect even
Evil
him
Ryu.
is a terrifying prospect. Unless you're Akuma, in which case this is the challenge he's been looking for. In search of his master's killer, Ryu manages to discover an isolated island with a shrine inside. There, he is confronted by Akuma. After an exchange of blows, the Dark Warrior tells Ryu that the two have the same power. When the evil intent awakens within you, then you will know. All these past battles will seem like child's play. And then Akuma just straight up punches the ground so hard that the island itself sinks into the sea.
Damn.
Oh yeah! This character is often a secret boss for players who clear arcade mode like an expert. And he deserves that position. Akuma is strong enough to split mountains apart. He once swam through the ocean and spin-kicked a submarine in half. The man is so mighty that he was made an extra boss in Capcom's Asura's Wrath, a hypercharged game about
Asura's
literal gods. He's, a bit OP.
Yeah.
Well, I say that, but he does have his struggles with one particular fighter. The man of 100 bloody battles, Gien. Akuma confronted him since he has quite the reputation, and according to the biographies of Street Fighter 30th Anniversary, Gien apparently beat Akuma. Yeah! This is depicted all too well in Gen's ending, where the old Chinese master can't bring himself to deliver the killing blow. Because for Gen, this was the best fight of his whole entire life. And if he were to finish off Akuma, he'd never get stronger and deliver a fantastic rematch. Akuma very much loves the challenge, so of course, these two will meet again. It should also be mentioned that since Gien trained Chun-Li's father, he also tries to look out for his daughter. But they don't interact nearly enough to have much of...
I want to let you guys know some of this stuff, I'm literally learning this with you. Like the lore, if you don't know it. Because I don't. But yeah, I don't want it, the commentary, I don't want it to go crazy. Because we're 44 minutes into a 2 hour and 46 minute video. So I'm not going to pause that much, as much as I'm pausing, as I was earlier, because I'm literally learning this lore with you. And look, this has pretty much always been my favorite series. My favorite type of fighting game my favorite genre of game most of my life has been fighting games, you know, like Street Fighter. Second would be like first-person shooters, like Half-Life. That's my second favorite genre. So this, to me, is extremely enjoyable, and I want to welcome you to the Reverend Shanny Show. It's our shit show, and we love it. And we love you guys. You know, I've been getting such kind messages on Instagram because of the Ken deal. And God bless you, Ken. God bless you. You touched my spirit. You really did. Like, your commentary that you had about the churches, about judgmental asshole Christian churches, it made me beam with happiness. Because I'm like, you're my brother. You want to talk to the real Jason Egroff, you and I would be best friends, man. And Dane is so fucking funny and cool. we'd be brothers forever, guaranteed. I gotta take a little break. I'll be right back. For real, guys, send up some prayers for Shanny, okay? For real. She's going through it, you know? She's been sick, continuing to be sick. So pray for Shanny's health, please. We love you. Oh my, again, what's the deal?
Of a story there. But anyway, news of the Street Fighter tournament reaches a lot of people. Ken Masters has been busy claiming the trophy of the All-American Martial Arts Tournament and thus earning the moniker of the King of American Fighters.
Dude.
That's right, Ken is the King of Fighters.
King of Fighters.
Get serious!
But despite all of his success, seeing that Ryu managed to triumph over the unbeatable Sagat, Ken gets the urge to return to Japan.
You fight well, but why do you fight?
I fight because there's a man I have to defeat. Until that day comes, I won't ever stop.
Oh, and the girl...
Oh my god, I got the Ken voice pretty accurate. He talks like a very positive, forward-looking, positive, drink your milk guy. Hey kids, if you drink your milk and work out, you can be just like me. I got it right.
Ken's talking to is Eliza. Their first meeting goes pretty well as he ends up dating her. But Ken manages to reunite with Ryu and challenges him to a match. Going all out, the King of American Fighters scores the victory. But it's not quite what Ken was expecting. Something's bugging you. Your heart wasn't in it this time. That battle with Sagat really messed with your head, man. Sensing his friend is down in the dumps, Ken takes off the red ribbon holding his hair together and gives it away. Here, you keep this. If you lose it again, this will remind you of me and the fight. This present would be Ryu's new fighting bandana from Street Fighter II onwards. So if you were wondering why the color was white in the Alpha games, there you go. Funny enough, Ken would tell Eliza that he was actually really lucky to win against Ryu's newfound strength. The man never stops improving. He's always jumping from one fight to the next, even in the heart of the city, where a certain young high school student practically falls in love. Sakura Kasagano. A cheerful and energetic girl, she becomes Ryu's biggest fangirl and starts emulating him. Wearing a white headband, red gloves, even practicing his moves. Without any formal training at all, Sakura managed to discover how to shoot her own fireballs. Guile has his sonic booms, Chun-Li has Kikoken, and DJ has his air slashers. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't as spectacular a feat as you might think. Despite still going to school, Sakura begins street fighting herself, all in the hopes of finding Ryu and becoming his student. She eventually tracks down the warrior and challenges him to a fight. Ryu accepts, but he does hold back his true strength. Afterwards, she begs Ryu to be her master, but he refuses, because he's still learning himself and doesn't have time to train a pupil.
Exactly.
Sakura takes a picture.
A guy that's still training can't take on a pupil, really. Like, what's the deal? He has to turn that shit down.
Her idol, and then contemplates the strange thing that he said. All this time, she thought street fighting was just a fun way to blow off steam. And yet, a man like Ryu is still learning himself. Maybe there's more to this, eh? Ryu's rejection does not curb her enthusiasm. Sakura goes forward with more determination than ever before. Oh, and I guess I should mention that Sakura also appears in Rival Schools, another Capcom fighting game that shares this universe.
Rival Schools.
You'd think that Sakura being a teenage fighter was unique, but no! Apparently every high school student can launch people into the sky for air combos. The plot of these games revolves around some bad mama jamma trying to brainwash the students so that they can create an army of soldiers that will conquer Japan. So it's up to Batsu, Hinata, Kyosuke, and everybody else to beat ass and save the day. One fighter in particular is Akira Kazama, a motorcycle enthusiast whose brother goes missing. Fearing that his gang friends wouldn't help a girl, she dons a badass disguise to enlist their help.
There's literally characters in this game that I've never even characters in this video that I've never even heard the character names. This is amazing. There's an Akira in Street Fighter. I did not know that.
Akira is also good friends with Sakura, training martial arts together despite going to completely different schools. These games are fantastic, by the way, and they need a re-release badly.
Absolutely.
And while we're at it, let me just talk about all of the potential crossovers. In Street Fighter Alpha 2, Ken's stage takes place on a yacht where everyone is celebrating Eliza's birthday.
Yeah.
But the people attending this party are quite interesting, because there's Morrigan, Felicia...
You see the chick in the back in the pool? That's one of the chicks from Darkstalkers. There's a lot of hentai of those chicks out there. But look at that background, pretty crazy.
And Dimitri of the Darkstalkers franchise. Now, Darkstalkers is about monsters who hide from society, so it's not like their existence would conflict with the lore. Heck, in one of Felicia's endings, she actually mentions Blanca, implying that they share a universe. Zeku wants to lead the Bushinryu down their justice-achieving path, and at one point he even pitches the idea of referring to this new chapter of ninjas as Striders. Strider is another Capcom franchise set in the far, far future where Strider Hiryu battles against an evil cyber cult. And the uniform he wears looks pretty darn identical. Does Zeku ultimately create the Striders? Captain Commando is another franchise set in the future, and specifically in Metro City. Yeah, it's supposed to take place long after Final Fight began.
Okay.
And then there's Mega Man. In Mega Man X, Dr. Light leaves behind capsules that teaches X how to perform both the Hadouken and Shoryuken.
Holy shit, what? There's a Mega Man game where he does the Hadouken? This is insane, guys. Like, it all connects. That's amazing.
Does all of this while wearing Ryu's Dogi. And for some reason, in Street Fighter 6, Dr. Light's face is on the currency. All of these connections make my brain tingle in the best possible ways.
Wow, they show like a Federal Reserve fucking note. A dollar bill, and it says, "Is it money?" ? Man, they're telling the truth. That's wild.
But then again, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. But I digress. Another character motivated by Ryu's victory is a man named Dan
you're
Hibiki.
Awesome.
That name should sound familiar because his father Go was murdered by Sagat, and ever since, the child has wanted revenge. But here's the thing about Dan. He's kind of an idiot. Egotistical, ignorant, overconfident. Dan is the most full...
Dan is absolutely hilarious. The first time I saw his character, I laughed my ass off for an hour. Like, he's super confident in himself, but he's, like, not very good at fighting, and pretty simple guy. He's a funny character.
Full of himself fighter on the roster. And I don't know where he gets this confidence because he's not that good of a fighter. I mean, he's got to have some ability, right?
At the last minute, a fighter named Dan Hibiki managed to squeak by with just enough points to qualify.
I mean, if you can at least make it into these tournaments, there's gotta be something. Dan's gi is pink, although it wasn't that way originally. Apparently, he's not very good at washing clothes. He once tried to train under Goken, but due to his lackadaisical nature and the fact that the Satsui no Hata would definitely corrupt him, Goken kicked him out. And ever since, Dan has been under the impression that Ryu and Ken stole his fighting style and are merely copycats. Which is ironic, because Dan's entire moveset is stolen from SNK's Art of Fighting.
Art of Fighting.
As a rip towards their competitors, Capcom created Dan...
Oh my god, that makes sense. Dan is like Ryo in Art of Fighting, but Ryo's a serious character. Art of Fighting is that SNES on SNES. Classic for me. I spent hours trying to really get used to what that game's controls were. It's rough. But I had a Neo Geo, and I was going to start practicing. I bought Art of Fighting on it. It was like a $250 cart. It's insane. The Neo Geo AES. They're like $1,000 the system, and the games are like $200-300 a piece. It's insane. But somebody that I really liked got that, so maybe he's mastering Art of Fighting. But that's crazy. Dan is a takeoff of Ryo from Art of Fighting. That's interesting.
And to be something of a mockery, a joke character, if you will. He's modeled heavily after Ryo Sakazaki, shooting his projectiles and kicking in the air the exact same way. One of his win quotes in Alpha 3 just straight up references both Art of Fighting and the King of Fighters.
That's awesome.
He's a comedic character who's not meant to be taken seriously, even if his backstory kind of is. Because once he sees Ryu defeat Sagat, he realizes that now is the time. If that homeless vagabond can beat the Muay Thai Emperor, then surely it'll be a piece of cake for him. Oh, Dan.
So arrogant.
You remember Adon, Sagat's apprentice? Well, he saw the finals as well, and he was absolutely disgusted. Not with Ryu, but rather his master. The reason Adon looked up to Sagat was because he was an unstoppable force of nature, the best kind of fighter to learn from. But this so-called emperor couldn't even handle a homeless layabout like Ryu. Clearly, he no longer has what it takes. He's gone too soft. So Adon vows to become the new Muay Thai champion, one that will put Sagat in his place. And while we're on that subject, let's finally return to said emperor, because Sagat is not feeling so good. Once again, this guy was undefeatable, and not only has he lost, but now he has a gigantic scar to remind him of this fact. Sagat is pissed, and now all he wants to do is fight Ryu again. He also develops his own uppercut technique in order to counter Ryu's Shoryuken. But
Tiger
by far,
uppercut.
the most infamous thing he does is join the ranks of Shadaloo. Sagat figures by becoming one of the 4 Shadaloo kings, Bison will give him the resources he needs to train hard, as well as seek out the Wandering Warrior.
Bad move, dude.
And well, that's exactly what happens. Sagat meets with Ryu again, driven completely by rage and revenge. Our hero is taken aback, thinking the fight pointless since the former champion hasn't fully recovered. And so the two battle in an open field amidst a thunderstorm, and Sagat claims the victory. Afterwards, though, he doesn't feel a sense of accomplishment or pride. Why did he look at me with pity? Ryu is a man of honor. Perhaps he held back. Ryu would not do that. Would he? Suddenly, the man burning with revenge now feels confused and lost. And this completely affects his mindset going forward, because Sagat eventually gets challenged by Adon, and despite being his apprentice, the ginger fighter is triumphant, giving Sagat his second ever loss.
Damn.
This is confirmed not only by Alpha 3, but also Street Fighter 4. This victory catches the eye of M. Bison, who actually tries recruiting the former apprentice into Shadaloo. Though despite how arrogant and full of himself he is, even Adon has its limits, refusing to join a syndicate that deals in drugs. Sagat is having a midlife crisis, it seems, and that's when he gets approached by Dan Hibiki. Announcing that he's come to avenge his father, Sagat doesn't see a fool. Instead, he sees himself. Another fighter driven by revenge, someone who will not stop until he's gotten his vengeance. So despite the fact that Dan is nowhere near Sagat's league...
Well, like, Dan is a pretty serious character. Like, I had no idea. I thought he was, like, just a joke character all completely, but he's not. They fit him in. He takes out Sagat. Man, that's wild. Dan taking out Sagat. What? Shout out to Maximilian Dude. Max, like, did you watch this video, Max? You had to have. Like, this is great. The lore. I love lore of games and movies and all that shit. It's so cool.
The Muay Thai Emperor throws the fight. He doesn't quit, he just lets Dan knock him down and pretends
he let
that
Dan
he was
win.
bested, earning himself a third loss to his record. You know, it's interesting. In the original Street Fighter games, Sagat seems to be just a straight-up villain. He laughs maniacally, he's got the look, he's one of the Shadaloo Kings. And yet, even as early as Street Fighter II, he's described at heart as an honorable man. He's done horrible things, but he is a hero in Thailand. The Alpha games really set up for this character's redemption as he starts to understand that Ryu wasn't lucky, that maybe this kid actually deserves to be a champion. As for Dan Hibiki, he buys completely that he's one of the greatest fighters to ever live for defeating Sagat. Not only does he give up his quest for revenge, but he decides to make money off of this by opening his own dojo.
He would.
One where he is the master, teaching all of his students the majesty of the Saikyo style. And because he opened the school, he earns the attention of Sakura, who is still very much looking to improve as a fighter. Now, being a teenager, she's a little more gullible than most. Dan brags about how, "Oh yeah, I know Ryu. He's an apprentice of mine. He stops by all the time."
Oh my god. What a bitch friggin' Dan is. He's a total bitch. Sagat lets him win. And then he thinks he's such a badass. He friggin' opens his own school. Like, oh my god, man. That's sad.
This leads Sakura to hanging out with Dan and becoming friends. She doesn't find his lessons all that helpful, however, as she's a way better fighter than he'll ever be.
By the way, guys, for production value of this show, for the Rev and Shanny show, we really need a new keyboard. So if someone would like to, like, Amazon us a cheap keyboard or something, that would be awesome. We're in need of that. Or if you want to drop something in our links down here, the financials, you'd be helping us a lot. We haven't got our first paycheck yet, so we're in need. You know what I mean? God bless you and thank you.
Become the master of the air.
No.
Mention one last thing about M. Bison. Using psycho power really damages the body. Unless you have the appropriate physique and genetics, this thing's gonna break you down in no time at all. So, using all of the Shadaloo scientists at his disposal, he constantly performs experiments on people, trying to see if he can integrate them with psycho power. During this process, he discovers that he can transfer his soul into other people. As a temporary measure.
Look at that. Oh my god. A codpiece with, what do you call, friggin' tubes coming off of it. That's totally hentai shit, man. That's bizarre looking. What is that from?
Bison has been hopping from one body to the next just to preserve his own existence.
Really?
He's even created backup artificial bodies just...
He's like the Emperor. Bison is like the Emperor in Star Wars. He's body hopping. That's wild shit.
In case the worst should happen. Even the dolls are potential vessels. If he really needs to, he can just possess Killer Bee like it ain't no thing. Bison is seeking the ultimate body, someone whose physical makeup can handle any kind of destructive energy. Something like the Satsui no Hado. So yes, another consequence of Ryu winning the Street Fighter tournament is that M. Bison saw in him the perfect...
I hope this dude mentions Assassin's Fist, and you can see parts of it. I hope he does that.
...vessel. If the dictator could possess this kid's body, there's no limit to what his power could be. Chun-Li continues...
So evil Ryu is Bison possessing Ryu's body. Is that the case? That's wild.
On the trail of Shadaloo when she comes face to face with Vega.
The style of your kick, like that man's.
You mean my dad?
Indeed, I can tell you about your father. Also, how he met his end.
Except he doesn't,
Chun-Li's
because
butt
Vega
right in your
immediately
face.
takes off via helicopter. This encourages Chun-Li to go straight to the source as she ambushes M. Bison at his helipad. She puts up a valiant effort, but the dictator retreats. Where do you think you're going?
Don't worry, child. We will meet again. I
Whoa.
hope you'll amuse me then, more than your father did.
Oh,
With
man.
this, Chun-Li receives total confirmation that Bison killed her father. And so, she dedicates the rest of her life to bringing down Shadaloo.
Bro.
Similarly, Charlie Nash learns that Bison's location is in Brazil. He decides to pursue him alone.
I don't care if it's
This
the
is just
brass
good
in my way
lore.
or just you. I'm stopping Shadaloo and
This is
Bison.
good
If
shit.
you go this alone, you're not coming back.
You know, this stuff is so good. The stories are like so like engaging. This makes me want to write a fan fiction novel. Like I might do that. It's just really good to me. I don't know why. It just is.
Please, Charlie, at least let me help.
No, you have a family to go home to. I'm going to stop them alone.
So Charlie goes off and finds Bison on top of a giant waterfall. And although he didn't bring Guile with him, he does signal one of the Air Force's attack choppers to come and pick up the dictator. And again, because Bison is still seeking the perfect bot.
All right, I want to check up on the beautiful, wonderful chat. How's everybody doing? Hey, Chris, Exposed, what's up? Hair Chris. Got 2 keyboards with interchangeable keys, 2 Mac keyboards, quite a collection. Nice, good for you. 2 times Keychron and another expensive one. I'll go look. Hey, God bless you. God bless you. You man, I just need one good keyboard. That I just, because this is like 4 years old. It's a beautiful Razer, but it's pretty rough. It's in rough condition. You know, it would take me 3 hours to clean it correctly. So I just want a new one, you know, for now. You know, this is boring. Well, Gracie, I'm sorry. This is awesome to me. And there's some people that love Street Fighter too. You can come to another stream sometime. You know, when it's content that you like. I apologize that you're not liking it, but I wanted to do this when I saw the video, and that's why I'm doing it. It's for me first. I'm sorry. I'm the content creator, and I wanted to do this. So, yeah, there's plenty of people. You got 3 hours. I know. It's crazy. You're enjoying it, the lore? Thank you, Cookie Pop. Yeah, some people are going to be into it, some aren't. Like, Shanny is sleeping now, and that's good that I'm doing it now, because she ain't into Street Fighter either. You know? I love Soul Calibur. You're just being so docile and quiet. It's weird. See, Gracie? This is the medicated me. It's a nice stream. Thank you, Skitty Ryugangu. Sorry, your name. This is me medicated. I'm adjusting to the medication, you know. Paulo Dix. You like it. Thank you very much. God bless you guys for being kind. I'm sorry to the people that find it kind of boring. I love you. Let's go back to it.
He's not yet invincible. Charlie actually defeats the tyrant, and everything seems to be going pretty well. However, then the chopper arrives.
Get to the chopper.
Why?
And I'm deliberately being not loud and docile for Shanny, because she is sick, and I don't want to bother her. Like, legitimately, she's got some kind of bug, and that's another thing we need help with. If I had a little bit of money, I could get her some Tamiflu and stuff like that, you know. So right down here are links if you can help us. We love you. God bless you. You're amazing. Because somebody always comes through. Jesus makes people go, yeah, I'm going to help. And then they help. So thank you. Die. He fucked up Charlie?
Charlie is shot from behind and killed.
Damn.
It seems he underestimated just how far the corruption in the Air Force actually went.
Man, they kill
Bison
him.
throws him off the cliff, presumably to never be seen ever
That's it.
again.
Bison is a murderer.
Wink. And this is confirmed as canon, meaning his entire existence in Alpha 3 never happened. Guile would never find Charlie's body, but he does acquire a burning desire for justice. He will not
Absolutely.
stop until Shadaloo is destroyed.
That's
and
it.
finally, that takes us to Alpha 3.
Alpha 3. Sweet. 1998. No. Blah dee dee doo 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 da dee 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 doo. We're not doing it. Hey Don, you need a Coke? You want a Coke?
Hour in, and I'm only at Alpha 3. There were just so many character backstories to set up back there. And well, I've got a few more. Let's talk about Blanca. Once a normal 10-year-old boy by the name of Jimmy, Blanca was flying across Brazil to visit his uncle when Shadaloo happened.
The mutant.
For whatever reason, they wanted to kill somebody on the plane
that shot?
and thus shot a missile at it. It crashed into the Amazon, leaving only one survivor. Little Jimmy had to fend for himself and become a jungle boy. He learned how to hunt,
he's a jungle
tapped into
boy.
a primal state of being, and this morphed the lad into a muscle-bound beast man with green skin. He also developed the ability to produce electricity by constantly swimming with electric eels.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, this is hard science right here. Poor little Blanca spent most of his life in the jungle until curiosity got the better of him. At some point, Dan Hibiki ended up in Brazil and Blanca saved his life.
Danny Hibiki.
The circumstances aren't very specific.
Little
but they
baby
became
Danny
the best of
Hibiki.
friends. Knowing that there are other fighters out there who would match his ferocious tenacity, Blanca ventures away from the jungle to participate in street fights. While doing so, he reunites with Dan, becoming another pupil of the Saikyo Dojo. And he also becomes friends with Sakura. The schoolgirl has still been training, eventually crossing paths with another girl named Karen Kanzuki.
Yeah, Karen
is a
She's
Japanese
Karen,
heiress of
folks.
the Kanzuki Zaibatsu. Oh god, not another Zaibatsu. Oh Jesus. She comes from an extremely wealthy family who has but one motto. In all things, be victorious. And when they say all things, that definitely includes martial arts, as Karen is a practitioner of Kanzuki style. This family is
Little
so
black
rich,
dress.
they have a giant satellite that can shoot a giant fuck-off laser whenever they want. This
Elon Musk family. She has a satellite in space. That's how friggin' rich her family is. That's wild.
also means she's crossed paths with Ken Masters on many occasions, as they both exist in that high society bubble. She once challenged Ken, only to suffer defeat. And then she met up with Sakura, who I may remind you has no real formal training. Despite that, Sakura still manages to defeat Karen handily, regardless of her Kanzuki upbringing. Being a proud person who must always be victorious, she decides that Sakura is her eternal rival. Also, I don't know what anime trope she fits into, but she's always laughing maniacally.
Yeah, she is.
Then there's Mika Nanakawa, otherwise known as Rainbow Mika. She's a wrestler who competes in the Iwashigahama Japan Women's Pro Wrestling.
I seen her, but, well, I paused on that one. Look at that, guys. You like that? It looks like a real doll torso, the bigger one. Without a doubt. I never used her once. I fought her with Ken and got perfects like every time, but yeah, I never used Mika.
League. Trained by Yoko Harmageddon, Mika formed a tag team with a girl named Yamato Nadeshiko. Are you with me?
Yamato.
In order to spread the word of her women's league, she would participate in street fights as a way of promotion. She even defeated Karen Kanzuki, who promised to sponsor her if she was victorious. And thus, a friendship was formed. More than anything else, Rainbow Mika got into the wrestling scene because she's a huge fangirl of Zangief. She travels the world hoping to run into the Red Cyclone. Next up, we have Fei Long, a Hong Kong martial artist turned
It's Bruce Lee. I mean, give me a break. whenever you've seen Fei Long, as soon as in Super Street Fighter 2, they unveiled the new characters, the new challengers, right? And Fei Long there he is. I mean, he's a martial artist that turns a movie star. I mean, come on. It's Bruce. Shout out to Bruce Lee's Ghost in Heaven.
Movie star. Because fighting game developers can't help but make a Bruce Lee tribute character.
Of course.
And honestly, that's really all there is to it.
Yes.
Then we have DJ, a Jamaican kickboxer who is also a music star.
DJ's awesome.
To him, fighting is all about rhythm. He's always dancing and smiling whenever he's in a fight. One of his hit pop songs is titled Maximum. And that's all I've got to say. Let's talk about the heavy hitter, Edmund Honda.
Yeah.
Honda is the greatest sumo wrestler who ever lived, and he loves spending the majority of his time at a public bathhouse.
Whoa, look at Rashid's outfit. Dude, he looks like a guy from the hood, man. That's fucking awesome costume. Honda's badass though.
It's Kapokan Yu. This man entered street fights all over Japan purely to show everyone the greatness that sumo had to offer. He believes that it should be part of the Olympic Games. He just wants to fight and for sumo to be recognized. He, DJ, and Fei Long don't have a lot of connections or arcs. No friends, no enemies, no major motivation other than wanting to fight because they can.
Okay.
Which is good for me because it's a few less characters that I have to recap.
That's true.
But I do have to return to one interesting citizen of Metro City. You remember Cody, the guy who was dating Hagar's daughter? The guy who helped defeat the Mad Gear Gang?
Yes.
Well, it turns out this guy loves fighting a little too much. Even though all of the crime had been quelled.
Yeah, he gets put in jail. They throw him in jail, I think, for what he did to save his girlfriend, Cody. I'm pretty sure that's why he goes to jail. But he becomes mayor, too, of Metro City at one point. Well, we'll just see this. I'm sure he's going to go through Cody's stuff right now.
Cody was not yet satisfied. He became bored and directionless, and then all of a sudden, this guy just starts picking fights with people. And not even necessarily criminals, just tough guys who looked at him funny. He goes on a rampage, which breaks his relationship with Jessica apart and gets him arrested. He gets charged with assault, and being buddy-buddy with the mayor isn't enough to keep him out of prison.
What? Who wrote this? Who wrote that story for Cody? That's weird. He was like a drink your milk type of Ken guy. But then he gets Jessica back from Mad Gear, and then he just starts murdering guys that look at him the wrong way on the street. What the hell? He went berserk after, he had to go and rescue Jessica. He went absolutely apeshit and just started beating the fuck out of people in Metro City. That's wild. I didn't know that.
Yeah! Cody Travers is now a prisoner locked behind bars. Did you see that coming?
No.
But here's the thing about Cody. He's insanely strong. And one day, he just decides that he's bored and he doesn't want to sit around anymore. So, he punches the outer wall so hard that he creates a giant hole that he can just walk out of.
What?
Prison cannot contain Cody Travers! And you'd think that he'd stay out of prison, but actually, Cody feels like he deserves to be in there, so he just casually returns like he went for a walk or something. How bad is the prison system in Metro City if this guy can just casually walk in and out multiple times? Either way, Cody's new demeanor puts a rift between himself and Guy. Guy is all about vanquishing evil and upholding justice, and his friend just isn't the same man he used to be. Still, Cody isn't a thug. He still wants to help right any wrongs he comes across. And despite wearing handcuffs, he is still an incredibly capable fighter. It's really downplayed, but Cody is one of the stronger Street Fighter characters. His win quotes against characters like Akuma implies that he can handle some incredible...
Yeah, I remember playing Alpha 1 on Saturn, and I just try to get used to using Cody, but his character's so fucking weird. He's handcuffed, so it's like all inside attacks that you have to do. He doesn't have a fireball or nothing, but he does have this projectile thing where I think he throws, like, I don't know, it's either a rock or a piece of gum or something at the guy, and it's a weapon. Like, I don't know, but he's weird to use in Alpha, like really bizarre. But I had no idea of this lore. I thought he got put in jail because, like, he murdered people to save Jessica. But no, that's not the case. He lost his fucking mind and just started beating the shit out of random people, like, pretty much. You give him a wrong look, he's gonna smash your head against the wall. That's crazy, guys.
Tough customers. One wonders if he could replace Ryu as the main hero. But I'm done introducing new characters for a while. We can finally just talk about the plot.
Okay.
And Alpha 3 centers around something called the Psycho Drive. Bison has built a gigantic machine that uses psycho power. Not only can Bison heal himself with this machine, but he can also use it to drain the life out of others in order to fuel a big fuck-off laser that can nuke an entire city. The dictator wants to destroy civilization so that he can create pain and misery that will fuel his power. But hot on his trail are the Street Fighters, who collectively figure out where he is and show...
Oh, are they prophesying something there? Laser beams destroying Metro City, which is New York City. Space lasers? Are you serious, dudes? For real? You guys are... What are you doing? Capcom, what do you know? The writers for Street Fighter, what do you know?
Up in the nick of time. How they do this is vague and undefined. It's an arcade game, so 1 minute Ryu is battling Sodom, and then the next he's just facing off with Bison at his secret base.
Sodom.
I don't know how he found his way there.
Too, ain't it?
I'm just going to assume he went with Chun-Li. And yeah, you gotta figure that all of the heroes know each other and have met at some point, because it's not like there's a Ryu meets Guile moment in the games themselves. At least, not most of the time. We do get to see Ryu first meet Rose, and because she can see visions of the future, she tells him that he can potentially defeat M. Bison. But only if he reaches deep within. I think this is the first time he becomes aware of Shadaloo. Either way, Rose is still dead set on stopping Bison herself, even if she has to sacrifice her life to do so. This mindset gets a lot of pushback from Dalsum, as well as Guy, who becomes a big acquaintance as the
man, look at that background. Metro City with Hagar in the background, and that one dude, they call him, I think he might be called Steve. I think he's called Steve in Final Fight, and he's just hanging out there. Dude, oh my god, I love this shit.
Reese goes on. In an effort to bring down Bison, T-Hawk eventually discovers what became of his girlfriend when he encounters Julie. The woman he loved is no more, merely one of Shadaloo's pawns. But a damn good one, because she takes out her former lover, leaving him to lick his wounds until Street Fighter 2. Yeah, Julia is not saved from the brainwashing for quite a while. Speaking of, Dalsum ends up finding Killer Bee, and upon reading her mind, he informs her that something is wrong. I heard Shadaloo has technology that can control human minds. Perhaps your suppressed mind is trying to come out. This plants the seed of doubt inside Killer Bee's head that makes her wonder about her own existence. Who is she? Why is she serving Bison? Is there more to life than just blindly following orders?
Yes.
Bison takes notice of Killer Bee's self-awareness and figures that she's outlived her usefulness. And so, he orders Vega to assassinate her. Killer Bee tries to defend herself, but Vega is an incredibly tough combatant. Despite his orders, he doesn't go through with killing her. As I've said before, the Spaniard believes that the world should only contain beauty. And as far as he's concerned,
what an annoying
Killer Bee
asshole.
is something of a delicate flower. It would be...
See, that's why you gotta cut down narcissism, man. Look at the story of Vega. Like, ew. Just, no. Not cool.
Ashamed to snuff out something so beautiful. Meanwhile, Rose manages to arrive at Shadaloo's secret base before the others, confronting M. Bison. The two have a heated battle. You are my master. Now I must destroy you with my own hands. Ugh! Can you see who truly wields the power granted only to us? Two separate lives share the same soul. Okay, so there's a lot of confusion about this element. So what Bison is basically saying here is that when he committed to psycho power, the good part of his soul left him.
Bison is literally like Kim Jong-un. Like a completely delusional dictator. I mean, Trump. M. Bison is like Trump. I'm gonna take over the fucking world. What a freak.
And found another body to inhabit. That body was Rose's. Some people misinterpret this as meaning that Rose is Bison's soul and that she was created because of this act. And no, that's not the case. She is an Italian woman who grew up a full adult who trained with Bison as her apprentice and then absorbed a bit of his soul when he cast it out. Being proficient in soul power, it just sort of drifted to her, I guess. But regardless, she gets critically injured and Bison informs her that they have a connection. One that will benefit him greatly in just a little bit. So anyway, the Street Fighters arrive. Ryu, Chun-Li, Zangief, Rainbow Mika, Sakura, Dan, Blanca, a whole bunch of people. And this is where we start getting into the confusing nature of Street Fighter's lore, because there are so many elements about these endings that are canon, and yet they're all mixed together in some kind of hodgepodge. Ryu reaches the base and he manages to find Ken, except Ken is not acting like himself.
They have a collection of games, Street Fighter games. Third Strike, Super Street Fighter 2. Did you see that, guys? That collection. I friggin' need that for sure. I'll be right back. I need to refill my coffee. Well, folks, I want to thank everybody that's joining me tonight. I really hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. I know some people that aren't interested in fighting games. And especially, like, the lore of fighting games. You're going to be like, what the hell is this? Well, I understand that. But I really wanted to review this video, and I'm probably going to do more of this type of content because I enjoy it so much and I find it fun to hang out with you and just watch this. So let's get back to this, okay? I'm going to try my best to let this run and not step on the toes of this great video and just let it play and tell the lore. But it's really hard for me not to, like, comment, because I love this shit. Like, it's my shit.
It turns out that Bison abducted his best friend and brainwashed him into becoming violent. Oh yes, this is Violent Ken, a man who has no other instinct but to fight. Funny enough, this becomes an offshoot character in games.
Ken? What the hell is that? Violent Ken? And this is like an HD remake of Street Fighter 2? What is... I have to start looking for this. Like, HD Street Fighter 2? What? It's like cel-shaded anime graphics. Dude. Violent Ken. He's got white hair like me. That's wild. That's what holy shit, guys. Like, if I had the crazy eyes, like, that's the look. For real. I got that's crazy. That's crazy. All right.
It's like Ultra Street Fighter 2.
Ultra Street Fighter 2. Is that what it's called? Ultra Street Fighter 2. got to bank that in my memory. Ultra Street Fighter 2. Okay.
Turn him to normal, which amuses Bison because this guy is every bit the strong fighter he heard he was. And so we get our first confrontation between hero and villain, Ryu versus Bison. This is both the most badass and most difficult version of Bison in any of these games. That Super Psycho Crusher is a son of a bitch, let me tell ya. Regardless, the dictator does struggle against the young martial artist.
Super Psycho
While his
Crusher.
body is starting to deteriorate, he still has his backup plan. You are destined to become my next host body. My soul is...
Are you okay, honey? I hear my baby girl moaning. Could you guys please pray for Shanny, for real? She ain't feeling good. I'm pretty sure I'm getting it too, because I'm starting to feel the sniffles, and you probably hear I sound a little nasally. Yeah. Change of season. Not fun. Back to the awesomeness. I want to welcome everybody to the Reverend Shanny Show. There's no business like show business. It's the best business I know. Absolutely. Absolutely. Welcome to our show. And I hope you're enjoying the content. This stuff to me, I couldn't want to really talk about anything else except the Bible and Jesus. Okay? This is my shit. I love this. Oh, and Magic the Gathering. I should do like maybe a history of Magic the Gathering video. I'm sure somebody's done something on that. But Blizzard bought Wizards of the Coast. That's dog shit.
It's eternal. Now die! Bison releases an energy ball that starts awakening the Satsui no Hado within Ryu. It's at this point that Sagat, one of Bison's Shadaloo kings,
Turning Ryu
speaks
evil.
out against this. Ryu, is this your true potential? You've always been my rival. Don't let him use you like this!
Oh my
According
god.
to the
Bison... Sagat is fucking turning good. That's awesome, bruh. Man, look at this. There's these packages that they have, like download DLC games where you could, it's Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2, and Alpha. I need this in my life.
30th anniversary profiles, Sagat also briefly battled Ryu in order to snap him.
I had it. Oh my god, now I'm remembering. I had this on disc on the PS4. Street Fighter, a 30th anniversary collection. I had it. Damn it. I want it back now. I've lost a lot of stuff, guys. Lots of stuff. That's why I'm convincing myself to be a minimalist. You know what I mean?
I'm out of it. Something that doesn't happen in the Ryu arcade mode, so you can see how things are all mixed together weirdly. But it does have an effect. Ryu starts reflecting on all of the people he's met on his journey. Rose, Sakura, Akuma, everybody's words of encouragement ring through his head, allowing him to break free from the control. Ryu busts out one more gigantic Shoryuken, which manages to make Bison friggin' explode.
Yeah, what?
This dude is...
Holy shit. Look at that, guys. The biggest Shoryuken ever in history, and he hits Bison with it, and Bison explodes. That's awesome.
Is dead as fuck. Holy hell. As for the Psycho Drive, I know it gets destroyed, but I'm not entirely sure how this occurred.
This guy is dead as fuck. That was great. Clement J64. Fuck yeah.
There's a lot of potential endings where maybe Karen destroys it with her satellite laser, maybe Blanca overloads it with electricity, maybe Zangief just spins into it really hard. What I do know is that Rainbow Mika's ending is canon. In her story, she meets up with her idol Zangief, and the two end up inside Shadaloo's base where things start blowing
Zangief and her
She remembered the Red
close,
Cyclone
ain't they?
protecting her from debris in Street
Good for
Fighter
you,
V.
dude.
So that happened. And if that happened, then I think it's safe to assume that Zangief destroyed the machine. At the same time, in Street Fighter V, Shadaloo make a point of destroying Karen's satellite with the Black Moons, which may have been a preemptive measure to prevent Alpha 3 from happening again. Until Capcom gives us a clear, definitive answer, it's a big choose-your-own-adventure. Regardless, the point is, the Psycho Drive is destroyed and M. Bison has been obliterated.
That's sick, and I love it.
That Ryu himself is still learning and far from being a master. But at the same time, the prospect of a rematch, a true rematch where both competitors are healthy and willing, it gives him something to live for. Guy manages to find Rose unconscious, although he gets this odd feeling that something evil still lingers in the air. And he's right to think that. You see, while the body of Bison is certainly dead, his soul is very much still alive.
Oh my god.
And now...
That's literally the fan fiction stuff. Star Wars. The Emperor. The Thrawn trilogy. The Thrawn trilogy. My cousin told me about that, and he gave me the books. Guys, I can't believe the shit that I had. I had such a crazy cool shit. That guy has that stuff too. Unbelievable. I never got to read them, but I know the plotline somewhat. And after Vader kills the Emperor, he didn't kill his soul. Because, of course, you can't. That's for God to do, to destroy the soul, right? So his soul starts seeking a body, the Emperor. That's exactly what they're saying here. But he killed Bison's body, but his spirit still remains. So let's see how this goes.
He resides inside the body of Rose. And you can bet that he'll be looking for his revenge.
I bet. Yeah, everybody get Max and watch House of Dragons. My girl... See, there's Matt Smith. That's my girl's favorite. In particular. Oh, yeah.
Finally, right? We have finally reached Street Fighter 2, one of the most important video games that's ever existed. You know it, your grandma knows.
Did you hear that? Street Fighter 2 is one of the most important games that's ever existed, and that's the truth. My Aunt Mamie, okay, when my dad first died, my Aunt Mamie came over my house, and I was up in my Nintendo room playing what? Street Fighter 2. Because I got it finally. I had dreams of buying this game as a kid. That's how obsessed I was with it. And I wanted to go to Top Dog every day to play the fucking arcade machine. Then SNES comes along and goes, guess what? You don't need to have an arcade machine. You don't have to have your mother spend $50 every day on tokens. Okay? Extremely important game.
knows it, everyone's heard of this game, but do they know the lore? Okay, so those two guys fighting in the street are Scott and Max. Scott is the white guy and a bouncer who enjoys fishing for black bass. Max is a boxer who often causes trouble in tournaments, then gambles his winnings away. They're not playable. Okay. They don't have any connections to anyone. They don't influence the story. They're just there in the opening. And Capcom decided to give them lore for some reason. Look, I had to pull what I could because despite being the most influential fighting game of all time, this thing has very little lore to speak of. Even the outcome is very vague, and you'll have to indulge me when I start talking about it.
Okay.
Regardless, M. Bison continued doing his evil Shadaloo thing in the body of Rose. That is until his scientists prepare him a spare body, at which point he just dumps the fort.
See, this is interesting. It's like the alphas happened before Street Fighter 2. But then you're gonna you have less lore for the sequel because Street Fighter 2 came out before Alpha. So they're doing a prequel a sequel prequel. It's kind of like what I did with my novel. The first part is called The Exile, and it tells the tale of Zonfer being the one world leader and making a massive spacecraft called the Renaissance to get off of planet Earth, because there's this thing that they call the plague that's wiping out the entire planet. And he's evil, but he turns good over time. But the second part is called Origins of Annihilation, and it tells Zonfer's story coming up in the Austrian military, and some weird ass science genetic manipulation shit. I won't say anything else other than that, because if you want to check out my book on Amazon, it's called The Tento Saga, and I mean, I wrote all that in my 20s and younger, so it's not the best written thing, but it's not horrible. It's not. But that's kind of what they're doing here. They went backwards with the Alpha series. But then you have less lore in Street Fighter 2, because Street Fighter 2 came before Alpha. So, very interesting.
Fortune teller and lets her live her life, which is kind of merciful and surprising. You'd think that Shadaloo would want to hold on to her, but hey.
Yeah.
Bison decides that he wants to gather all of the world's strongest fighters, not only to use as brainwashed soldiers and potential host bodies, but also to record and gather their data. Something that will definitely come into play in the next game. What better way to bring everyone together than by hosting the second ever Street Fighter tournament?
Right.
The World Warrior Tournament. This announcement gets everyone's attention, including Shadaloo's biggest enemies. Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Honda, Zangief, Dawson, Guile, Blanca, DJ, Phelan, T-Hawk, and a new competitor named Cammy. Well, she's not new, as she is the completely reformed Killer Bee. So basically, after Vega saved her life, Shadaloo decided to keep using her. They drop her on the doorstep of Delta Red, a British Special Forces group that goes on missions to maintain world peace. They've crossed paths with Shadaloo quite a few times, and it seems Bison has been prepping Killer Bee to infiltrate the group for quite a while. It might explain why she has an English accent and no one else does. Anyway, I guess they just figured she would know what to do, because they place her at Delta Red's headquarters and hope for the best. Whether it was her recent self-awareness or Vega's beatdown, Killer Bee awakens with amnesia. She has no idea who she is, she has no memory of being in Shadaloo. And then she's found by Colonel Wolfman, the leader of Delta Red, who takes her under his wing. While she can't remember her past, she still retains muscle memory of the combat she used to do. And seeing such an exceptionally gifted person, Wolfman recruits her into Delta Red, giving her the name Cammy White. So yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. She has... The only reason that she's able to fight effectively is because she has the muscle memory from fighting. She doesn't remember anything from her past, but she can fight. That's wild.
Yeah, that's where she got her name. I should also mention that Capcom went out of their way to establish the supergroup that is Delta Red, and while I'm sure they're way more fleshed out in the comics or whatever, there's nothing to them in the games.
Street Fighter
They'd probably
comics.
be fun to explore as characters,
my God.
but until...
See, oh my God. I'm glad I don't have money right now, because I would want to invest in all this shit, like the comics and all of it, man. Thank you, Jesus, for taking my finances down a peg, and now I just appreciate having a sandwich. You know what I mean? The Lord is so good, and everything comes in His time, you know? Praise Jesus.
Capcom wants to include them in the story mode, you'll just have to accept that Cammy has found herself a family of misfits. People that actually treat her like a human being
they really
instead
draw
of a
sprites.
tool. Also,
Well, that's
cats.
some
It
good
turns out
cartoon
Cammy is
drawing.
super in love with kitty cats.
Drawings.
I don't blame her. I'm a bit of a cat person as well. And, yeah.
She
in terms
loves
of
cats.
backstory, there's
Beautiful.
not much else to know about Street Fighter 2. But now we're at the hard part. Figuring out what exactly happened. This
Okay.
game's lore is never talked about in future games. They never
Really?
say who won the tournament. They never indicate.
So they have Street Fighter 2 lore cordoned off from all the rest of the Street Fighter lore. I wonder why. Because it's kind of shallow and it's not all that interesting, I guess. I guess that's why. Okay.
Who anyone's opponents were. It's just a matter of fact that by the end of it, M. Bison dies again. Some of the endings occur,
Okay.
and then we proceed to the next game. Okay, but for this video, I wanted to analyze every piece of Street Fighter media I could to see if I could figure this out.
Sweet.
And a lot of the stuff I'm going to tell you
Thank
is
you for
pure
doing this, man.
speculation. I can't verify that a lot of this stuff is true, but I would very much like to believe that it is. Okay, first up, I gotta mention the 4 Aftermath videos. In 2008, Capcom released 4 animated shorts that served as a prologue to Street Fighter 4. Their
Okay.
purpose being to bridge the gap between the 2 games. They're fairly obscure, and I wouldn't blame anyone for not knowing about them, since there's a lot of links and websites from the era that no longer work. Luckily, they're all still on YouTube. One short
cool.
centers around Chun-Li, and in it, we get a lot
Dude,
of
I need to
interesting
watch
flashbacks
these.
regarding the tournaments, including a brief scene of Chun-Li battling Ken Masters.
Dude.
Considering how short Ken's hair is, and the fact that Chun is wearing her iconic costume, I have to believe that
Fighter
this
2.
was during the tournament.
Yeah.
Who won? Well, honestly, I'm leaning towards Ken, because we also get a glimpse of him battling a brunette Vega inside of a caged area, much
Okay.
like that encounter would be in Street Fighter 2. And considering
Definitely.
that Vega was thought to be dead in Street Fighter 4, I gotta assume that Ken beat this dude's ass. What else? Okay. Ryu must have defeated Zangief. In Street Fighter 4, whenever you win with Zangief against any of the Shotos, he is always making a comment about how much he hates fireballs. It's one of his major personal dislikes. Now, there's nothing...
Yeah, you know why. And this takes me back, man. You can literally perfect Zangief if you're good at the timing with fast and slow Hadoukens. I did that a few times in the arcade. I was like 8 years old or 9 years old or something. And if you can do good timed Hadoukens, and it's like the motion on the pad, right, is like quick like that, and punch. If you can time those perfectly, right, you can perfect Zangief pretty easy. But if you try to beat him any other way, yeah, you're gonna be spending tokens. That's for sure. You know, but yeah, he hates fireballs. I wonder why. That's why.
Nothing to say that they couldn't have battled each other in the Alpha period, but interestingly enough, when you clear arcade mode with Ryu in 2008...
God, look at how beautiful this game is, guys. This is that Ultra Street Fighter 2, I guess. Wow, I need that in my life. It's like cel-shaded anime. Wow, that's beautiful looking game.
Street Fighter 2 HD Remix, you actually get
HD
a glimpse
Remix?
of his opponents. And
Street Fighter 2 HD Remix. Yeah, I mean, where do you find these games even? Shit. If anybody has information on like this Ultra Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 2 HD Remix, could you put some links or something in the bottom for me? Because I want that shit, you know?
And one of them was the Red Cyclone. So, it's my personal headcanon that Ryu defeated Zangief with his Hadouken, and there's been some animosity about that ever
That makes
since.
sense.
And if we're using those endings as proof, then it also goes to say that Blanca probably took on Dalsum as well.
You okay, baby?
I'm trying to be.
I know. Guys, if anybody could help a little bit, and I could get Shanny some you know, literal medicine, nothing in like over the counter. I don't know, NyQuil or something like that. She really needs it, guys. She's suffering, you know. Right under here, if you can help, God bless you so much, for real, because there are people that always hear that call from God, from Jesus, and help out. We love you. This video is so enjoyable to me.
As Ryu. But the Japanese Shoto has to reign supreme, because in the Aftermath videos, we also see him take down Sagat for a second time, which is backed up by the profiles of the 30th anniversary game. So yes, Ryu challenged Sagat again and emerged victorious. The Muay Thai Emperor would not feel anger, however, because by this point, he now respects the World Warrior. And seriously, that's all I've got. Now we have to answer the question of what happened to Bison. Well, first off, he had to have battled Ryu. I do not believe for a second that Ryu wasn't the final competitor, because by Street Fighter V, Bison has built him up as his mortal enemy, and they'd have to fight more than once to get to that point. Sagat is the second last fighter in Street Fighter II, so it just goes within reason that Ryu's next opponent would be the finals of the tournament.
Right.
Well, Ken defeated Vega, so I'm sure he got to fight Ryu again, but he's not the main character, okay? In 1992, Capcom released a memorial album that was supposed to make you wonder what the characters were up to after the tournament.
Really?
Well, after a fierce battle with Ryu, Bison vanished without a trace. That seems pretty straightforward. But then again, this franchise has been pretty damn retconny. You know, in Cammy's original ending, Bison tells her that they used to be lovers. Yeah, the original plot twist was that she was secretly his girlfriend, which that's certainly no longer the case. If you play the more recent Ultra Street Fighter II, her ending reflects the real truth that she was an assassin named Killer Bee. And this conversation had to have happened at some point, because in the next game, Cammy is now aware of everything, including her memories of Junie, Julie, DiCapri, and all of the dolls. She didn't necessarily have to fight Bison, she could have just been on...
Alright, hang on. I gotta take this down, guys. How can I do this really quick? I gotta put that down. Hey, what's up, Sabella? God bless you. Give me 1 second here, guys. Special guest in the back, Yoshi. New, where we got text document. Thank you very much. SF. No, SF. Okay. I have to be the whole fucking screen, folks. Why? Give me a break. Why does it have to be the whole screen? This is like Microsoft Word now. Just text pad. Okay, Ultra Street Fighter 2 is Street Fighter 2 remix. Okay, thank you for bearing with me, guys. I got that saved now. I'm gonna remember that. I hope everybody's doing well. Just know I got a reputation started by liars and morons. It's always my fault, even if it's not. Yeah, that's true, Sabella. You're a lot like my Shanny. That people do that shit to you, and it's bullshit. It's dog shit, you know. I'm sorry about that. But we are going back to the good stuff. I really am loving this video. It's phenomenal, actually.
On the sidelines while Ryu was kicking his ass. But now let's get to brass tacks. How does this game end? Well, if you saw my earlier Tekken video, you already have an idea. Because during the fight, Akuma comes out of fucking nowhere and
God.
performs the Raging Demon on Bison.
No. Oh, that's sick. That was absolutely sick. Oh my god, get out of here. Oh.
This is backed up by the 30th anniversary profiles stating that Akuma challenged the dictator during the World Warrior Tournament.
Sick.
Okay, mystery solved. Whew, that was easy.
Pathetic.
Unless you completely ignore the 2008 Aftermath videos. Because again, in this official Capcom animated short, they show the final moments that immediately follow Street Fighter II, where Bison is in a 5-on-1 battle against Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Guile, and Cammy. They have chased him into the woods and are having one hell of a fight, ending when Chun-Li creates a giant crater with her Kikosho wave. It looks like Bison is cornered, but he just laughs it off. And then he overloads himself with psycho power and just friggin' explodes.
He nuked.
Yep.
Everything.
Bison kills himself. The explosion is so massive that it destroys his base, leaving behind no evidence of Shadaloo's existence. As you may have noticed, Akuma had nothing to do with this ending. So again, this is the confusing nature of Street Fighter's lore. I believed for years that Akuma was the one who defeated M. Bison, but I mean, when you think about it, they never interact past this point. Wouldn't Bison want to immediately get revenge, to capture Akuma's body and possess him?
You would think
so. But no,
so.
Instead, he just keeps focusing on Ryu. So I guess we have to go by Aftermath and just assume that Bison fled and blew himself
love you, Shanny.
up. If you have any clues that I missed, feel free to mention it in the comments. And remember, it's one thing to say I'm wrong, but if you're going to say that the skulls around Dalsum's neck are from children who died of illness, please tell me where that's established. What interview, what biography, what Nintendo Power magazine. Cite your sources, because I can't be the only one busting...
Whoa, you're gonna go to Nintendo Power magazine for Street Fighter lore? Absolutely, positively, that's a huge no. Nintendo has always been bitchified little kid shit. Okay? I'm sorry. For the Nintendoites out there, Shanny's one of them, so I respect you. Okay? But you absolutely do not go to Nintendo Power for fucking Street Fighter lore. That's insane and stupid.
My butt researching these answers. But I digress. A few things happen after the tournament. See, this event was televised, and in Brazil, a woman named Samantha notices something interesting about the jungle beast Blanca. The metal anklet that he wears. She rushes to the airport and intercepts the Jolly Green Giant because she just found her long-lost child Jimmy.
Oh my god, it's his mom.
Yeah, we get a family reunion as Blanca can finally go back.
Oh my god, that's a beautiful ending. That's really beautiful. It's like, mommy, that's beautiful.
Back home. Duh. Chun-Li, having seen the death of Bison firsthand, figures she's gotten her revenge. Having made her father proud, she gives up the Interpol job and becomes a civilian. In fact, she even becomes a waitress at a restaurant.
Really?
Where her fighting ability is no doubt very useful.
That's cute.
Returning to Siberia, Zangief gets an overwhelming urge to show the world what he's capable of. And by pure coincidence, he gets approached by a promoter behind the largest wrestling federation in the world. That's right, sick. He gets approached by Vince McMahon.
Oh so my god, are you kidding me? Zangief gets approached by Vince McMahon to join the World Wrestling Federation. Absolutely great fucking endings. Like, this is what you want in Street Fighter endings. Like, very positive outcome. I always like that the best, a positive outcome. Man, I have to get this Ultra Street Fighter 2. I think that's what it's called. This one with the cel-shaded graphics. It's absolutely incredible.
Contract, Zangief can demonstrate his power in the not WWE. And then we come to the big moments. Meeting all of these wonderful people at the tournament, Ken Masters realizes that there's more to life than just fighting.
Amen.
He wants to take the next step, so he asks his girlfriend Eliza
to
for
marry
her
him.
hand in marriage.
That's right.
And she says yes!
I've got that ending a billion times.
He marries the girl of his dreams with Ryu as the best
HD art.
man at his wedding.
Ryu's his
I think
best
this is
man.
the only time you're going to see Ryu wearing a suit.
That's awesome. There's
Also,
Guile.
you'll notice that Guile is actually one of the groomsmen as well. And there's a reason for that. See, Guile is a family man. He has a lovely wife named Julia and a precious daughter named Amy. A family who was worried about Guile because of his need to get revenge over Charlie's death. But with Bison defeated, he's finally ready to move on. Anyway, Julia is actually sisters with Ken's girl.
It's Foodie Beauty's cat. Jules. Call your cat Jules, Foodie. Because people are making weird stuff out of you calling her Juice. Because it sounds like Jews, you know? I gotta turn this light down. Because it's like, she blinded me with science. Give me a second, guys. BRB. Alright, folks. Sober Kid Crew. I got my coffee. Okay? Cheers to people that are sober and they drink coffee all day. Because it's one or the other, right, folks? That's just the way it goes in life. And I you know, shout out to Foodie Beauty again, okay? I really feel for her. Because it's like, I was there. Like, addictive personalities. It's very difficult, you know, to get past those addictions. So I pray for her. That she can put all those away and show the haters. I really pray to God that happens. Back to this awesome video by Clement J64. Great shit.
Girlfriend Eliza. So, because of the wedding, Ken and Guile are now officially stepbrothers. Welcome to the family,
I
son.
see.
And finally, whether Akuma defeated Bison or not, he still continues to torment Ryu, to convince him to give in to the Satsui no Hado, to give him the challenge he's been looking for. But Ryu still...
So Akuma is like, dude, to be your most powerful, you have to turn to the dark side like I did. And I want you to, because I want that challenge. Like, you will be the most powerful fighter in the world. And I know it, and I will gladly lose to you, but you gotta do what I did, become a demon. And Ryu is like, nope, not my deal.
Will not budge. He refuses to sacrifice his humanity,
Amen.
thus earning himself another beatdown. But it's okay, Ryu, because help is on the way.
Here we go.
As a certain somebody might not be dead after all.
Oh yeah.
If you see your state, you can register online to vote right now.
I'm so sorry I have to do this again, but Street Fighter 3 is the final game that I'm going to be talking about.
Okay.
The chronology of this franchise is all over the place. So instead, we're jumping right to number 4.
Yeah.
More than a decade
Jumping to
after
4?
number 3,
Okay.
this game practically revived the fighting scene. Street Fighter 4 had...
I have to comment on this really fast. I had Street Fighter 4 on Xbox 360, and I spent lots of hours playing it. Like, that's what I was saying before. If you haven't played any newer Street Fighter games, you gotta go with 4 and 5. 6, I've seen it. Ugh. I'm not liking what I see with 6 at all. Okay? They have some cookie cutter story mode character. I don't know. Somebody that was in our chat said they got Street Fighter 6. It might have been, I don't know, it was either Riz or like Scientist Sam, I'm not sure. But they said they got 6 and they really liked it. Or, oh, it might have been BGTV. I can't remember. But if there's a demo of that, I could download it and I'll try it out for you guys. But I really didn't like what I saw with 6. They're going backwards, not forward. They should be doing new Final Fight games. There's so many things Capcom could do. They'd be making so much fucking money on these, because all of us from the 90s kids, mostly boys, definitely, that went to the arcade, we want that stuff back again. We want it. Like, and there's so much money to be made, Capcom. There's no reason for you not to do this. Put out new Final Fight. Put out a VR Final Fight game. What? What? Put out a VR Final Fight game. It's gotta happen.
Had fantastic graphics, a more involved storyline, as well as a gigantic roster that will prevent this video from being under 2 hours long. Street Fighter 4 split its lore through...
I have to say, Clement J, 64, gets a massive hug, virtual hug, no Diddy hug from me. Because this is one of the best videos I've ever seen on YouTube. For me. Because Street Fighter's been my shit since I was fucking 7. You know? Thank you for this.
Multiple sources. Not only are there the previously mentioned Aftermath videos, but there's also 2 different OVA animated movies, as well as completely different cutscenes between...
Oh my god, you see this? There's so much content of Street Fighter. Like anime movies, and I have to watch all of this shit. There's so much.
Versions. There is so much information to cover, so let's just get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you remember how Bison was creating artificial bodies to hop into in case he died?
Yes.
Well, they were all being created by the Shadaloo Intimidation Network, or SIN for short.
Oh my god, Sin. Shadaloo Intimidation Network, and it's an all-seeing eye. Look at this symbolism, guys. The all-seeing eye on the UN logo. Wow. I mean, okay, the people that wrote this shit know something.
It's a division that was personally responsible for making all of the Syndicate's weapons. They created over 26 duplicate bodies, each unit featuring high intelligence, as well as being equipped with the Tandem engine, something that can copy other fighters' abilities. So, if they see Guile shoot a sonic boom, they can replicate...
Now, Seth, he reminded me of the last boss in BioShock. Because he's like the new man. He's like, oh god, Mr. Manhattan, right? From, what's the name of that movie? Watchers. The Watchers movie. Mr. Manhattan, where that crazy sex scene where he's like literally doing everything to the girl at the same time. Because he can duplicate himself. You know? Seth always reminded me of that character.
that and do the same.
And
before
BioShock
dying,
last
Bison left the 15th unit in charge of SIN to keep things running smoothly while he was off doing his dictator thing. However, as these things tend to go, number 15 had self-awareness, and so it eventually became ambitious. It chose to rebel against its master as it no longer wanted to be a pawn. For he is not a number. From this day forward, he would forever be known as...
Seth.
Seth! Everyone look out! It's Seth! That might be the lamest final boss.
That's a biblical name.
Boss name I've ever heard. I know it's named after Seth Killian of Capcom, but you gotta admit, it's pretty goddamn goofy.
Okay.
Anywho, Seth takes SIN and breaks off from the rest of Shadaloo. He has but one goal, to create the ultimate soldiers who can help him conquer the world. Seth believes that humanity is not sufficient enough to make decisions on their own, and so he will build a grand utopia where everything bends to his whims. In order to make these enhanced soldiers, he researches Ryu's power and decides that everybody
Kevin
needs
Spacey
the
on the
Satsui no
screen
Hado.
there.
But how the hell do
Gross.
you replicate that power? Well, his scientist found a solution of sorts with the BLEASE program. BLEASE standing for Boiling Liquid Expanding Cell Explosion.
What?
This giant metal sphere of a machine has the
Is
power
that
to draw out a
Metroid?
person's dormant ki energy. It then absorbs it so that it can be duplicated for scientific experiments. The only people with energy worth absorbing are martial artists. So Seth sends SIN troops all over the world to start kidnapping powerful fighters.
Whoa. This is some good writing. It definitely is. Like, they deserve credit for this shit. I'm sorry, I'm just letting that sink in. That's some crazy ass storyline.
But the thing is, drawing this essence out of a person causes all of the mitochondria in their cells to overheat to the point that they friggin' explode.
Well, that ain't
so
good.
not only are people disappearing, but they're also dying in horrific ways. Naturally, this catches the...
I'd like to welcome everybody to the Rev and Shanny show, brought to you by the Man Baby Network. And I really hope you're enjoying the content a lot. Do you need me, baby? Do you have a stomach ache or something, hon?
My head is killing me.
Your head's hurting you real bad. Okay.
I'm cold.
You got like chills going on. Shanny's sick, guys. You know?
attention of Delta Red, the military, and even Chun-Li, who despite not being in Interpol, notices that the missing persons cases are all too similar. As much as she wanted to go back to being a civilian, seeing such a strange phenomenon brings her out of retirement and back into
she
the fray.
couldn't let it go.
She, Guile, and Cammy all work together to discover what SIN is up to, even learning of their need for Ryu's Satsui no Hado. Being a wandering hobo with no telephone or home, neither the heroes nor the villains know where he is. And so Seth hires a deadly investigator among SIN to track him down. Crimson Viper. This woman has adequate combat capabilities, but it's her SIN battlesuit that does the heavy lifting. Not only are her feet equipped with jet thrusters that can help her fly and burn people, but her gloves also act as tasers, delivering deadly voltage to anyone she strikes. Because she knows that Ken is best friends with Ryu, she poses as a journalist named Maya in order to get close to him and Eliza. At this point, Ken hasn't seen his buddy in quite a while, and with his marriage and responsibilities at the Masters Foundation, he's starting to feel like his days as a warrior are coming to an end.
Ken's
One
done.
day, Sakura shows up to
fighting
Ken's
no more.
house because she's worried that Ryu might be one of the martial artists who have disappeared. Having inserted a security camera into Eliza's home...
Oh my god, seeing Ken in a suit and tie behind a computer? That's weird. He's just enjoying married life and running the Masters Foundation. That's very interesting. I like it.
Crimson Viper is able to pinpoint Ryu's location as soon as Ken discovers his whereabouts. Upon confronting the Shoto, Cammy arrives out of nowhere to fight Viper herself. However, she greatly underestimates the gadgets at her disposal. Seeing that his friend is getting brutalized, Ryu starts getting angry and starts succumbing to the Satsui no Hado. And he beats Viper's ass.
So this is where evil Ryu comes.
He's gonna kill me.
So this is the Satsui no Hado. Beautiful.
Ken and Sakura arrive in the nick of time to stop Ryu from murdering one of the SIN goons. The schoolgirl begs with all her might for her hero to snap out of it. And luckily, he does. But again, it just goes to show how easily this force can take over and make Ryu a bloodthirsty monster.
Right.
By the way, in the games themselves, you can play as evil Ryu, an alternate what-if version of the character who has completely given in to the Dark Hado's influence.
I see.
Him turning
It's just
evil
a
is never
what-if.
really canon, but that's not going to stop Capcom from having some fun.
Okay,
Anywho,
I did not know that. So evil Ryu is not in canon at all. He never turned to the dark side. But they put him in the game for the sake of people who said, what if? what if Ryu turned evil and his powers were that of Akuma? Yeah, he'd be the most powerful fucking fighter ever. That's the point.
In one last gambit to claim Ryu, Seth orders Crimson Viper to kidnap Eliza. And so everybody arrives at SIN's cruise vessel to get her back. Ken's love for his wife proves to be stronger than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Eliza?
Out of my way!
That's fucking it. That'd be absolutely. If fucking somebody took Shanny, I'd be like, that's it. You're fucking done. I like it.
Kamala Harris understands the struggles.
No, blah.
Because she's lived them.
Wanna know shit about that.
Incredible power. But you're no slouch yourself. Good luck, Mr. Masters.
And Viper just lets him go.
You're no slouch
Upon
yourself,
saving his
Masters.
wife, he learns of something wonderful.
Let's go. This place gives me the creeps.
Is it okay for me to exert myself like that? I mean, would running hurt the baby?
Oh shit, son! Ken Masters is going to be a father.
Oh my god, she's
Meanwhile,
gonna have a
Seth
baby.
confronts Ryu, egging him on to bring out his dark power.
Beautiful.
He literally throws Ryu into the ceiling beams, beating his ass
Oh
like
my
he's a punching.
god, do you see that? He put his head through like the rafters of a fucking stage. Ah, that was brutal.
Bag. But even still, Ryu refuses to cross that line again. And in doing so, he discovers a new power. One that allows him to shoot a big fuck-off laser that knocks Seth into next week.
How could this happen? You actually hurt me.
Seth is so badly beaten that his bodyguards pick up his body and go on the retreat.
Bro.
The artificial being manages to escape not just because of his goons, but also a Shadaloo helicopter.
I bring you a message from Lord Bison. SIN's success
That's
has come
insane.
only through the manipulation of Shadaloo working behind the scenes to ensure your good fortune. He wanted you to know that.
Of course M. Bison's alive. You think a dude who transports his soul around would disappear that easily?
No.
Seth is very unhappy about this development. So he starts planning to drain Shadaloo of its resources. And in order to do this, he turns to a Korean Taekwondo expert who is a huge fan favorite of the series. So back in the day, Shadaloo was being investigated by a South Korean lawyer who was trying to prosecute the syndicate
Spelled
for
like
their
Max
crimes. But we know Bison doesn't play fair, so he kidnapped...
Okay, the syndicate, you need to know, okay? When they say the syndicate, that's without a doubt Masons, okay? Global Masonry. There's a fleur-de-lis. Like, they put symbolism here to tell you. They're in a court there with the fleur-de-lis looking shit. Absolutely. This is Masons.
Kidnapped him, his wife, and their 15-year-old
Phoenix.
daughter, Jury.
Look at that. The guy's name was Phoenix. That's what it's all about. Death and rebirth. The Phoenix rising from the ashes. They're fucking thrown in masonry, man. Absolutely.
Despite her age, Jury Han was regarded as a great martial artist. She might have been a sweet and happy person back then, but thanks to M. Bison, her life was completely turned upside down.
Bro.
Not only did they murder her parents, but they also managed to snuff out her left eye. Jury barely escaped the base with her life, and the traumatic experience completely changes her demeanor, warping her into a cruel, cold-hearted sadist. Years later, while seeking out strong fighters, Seth becomes aware of Jury and her desire
Major
for
flexibility.
revenge.
Jesus.
She joins SIN and becomes a volunteer to
joins
test out their
Sin.
new experimental weapon, the Feng Shui engine. A mechanical device that actually boosts her ki energy, granting her extra strength and better reflexes. And funny enough,
Shout out to Gnarls Barkley, the band. Feng Shui. What a great song. I have to bookmark that album on my YouTube. What a great album that is. Sorry, random thought.
it is inserted where her left eye used to be.
Dude.
Looking to test out the capabilities of this engine, Jury goes on a mission to eliminate former SIN members who managed to take hostages.
Get any closer, and I'll start taking out hostages!
Yeah, like I care. These people are worthless.
This incident attracts the attention of our heroes, who go in to see what SIN is up to, only to find Jury has massacred the lot of them.
Who are you? That's none of your business, sweetie. Although, you could beat it out of me.
Whoa, she's got like a
The two battle, and while it is a pretty
bro.
even match, Chun-Li eventually gets distracted by a child, giving Jury the opening to completely put her down.
Bro.
The Interpol agent is hurt so badly that she has to be put into the hospital. At that point,
Fuck
Seth is so
Chun-Li up
impressed
real
by
bad.
Jury's power that he orders her to go into one of Shadaloo's bases in order to retrieve the dolls.
Ugh.
And yeah, this chick is crazy strong. She single-handedly takes on every single girl all by herself and doesn't break a sweat. And then, having followed Jury's trail, Guile and Cammy show up to take her on in a 2-on-1 encounter, and she still kicks their asses.
Take her a,
You guys
a
sure know how to keep a
2-on-1
girl
encounter.
entertained. See ya!
Jury loads up the 12 dolls into the SIN jet and proceeds to take off. But this is awfully personal for Cammy, who's been looking for these ladies ever since regaining her memories. She can't let them go, but she also can't defeat Jury.
You're not worth the dirt from under my nails. How about you and your friend here? Think about where being a good girl has
Jury's
gotten you.
way too overpowered. OP.
I was at work when I heard that they had overturned
Go. I don't care.
Jury chucks Junie at Cammy, and the two fly out of the plane.
Jury?
Amazingly,
The J.
despite landing on a
Okay.
snowy mountain, they're both still alive. But in a way, this is sort of a good thing in regards to Junie, because this encounter brings her back into society and out of Shadaloo's brainwashing.
Where am I?
Okay.
Amnesia can be alarming, trust me, I know. But I'm here for you.
Seth acquires the remaining dolls and puts them in suspended animation. Except for one, because DiCapri manages to escape from her containment, left with bitter resentment over the traitor who abandoned her. Her sister, Killer Bee. She escapes, but will no doubt return again.
Maybe
and yeah,
I should ask
having to retrieve
sister.
Ryu and now being confronted with Bison's survival, Seth decides he needs to enact a plan that will get everyone together. And so he announces the SIN World Warrior Tournament, which, like Street Fighter II, gains the attention of every able-bodied fighter in the world and has them rushing to compete.
See, that's pretty rough to do that, Capcom, because you got all of this other lore that you've made after Street Fighter II. Like, you should have made the alphas and all of that stuff that you made after, and not prequel, because then you hit Street Fighter 2 and your endings are juvenilely simple. Like, yeah, not the best arrangement of lore, but that's fine.
The roster of 4 is gigantic. There's a lot of returning characters whose stories haven't budged, and a whole bunch of new ones from Street Fighter 3 that I'm not even going to talk about yet.
Absolutely, huge shout out again to Street Fighter 4, because the roster is massive and the gameplay kicks ass. It's everything you want in a Street Fighter game. SF4.
Because really, their motivations will remain the same when I finally approach that title. So let's talk new characters. There is El Fuerte, a Mexican chef who apparently is terrible at his job. Seriously, everyone's win quote against this guy is about how terrible his food is, even though he's in the tournament to bring attention to his culinary abilities. Well, he certainly got it. There's Rufus, an overweight American loudmouth who has the longest win quotes of any fighting game character I've ever seen. He takes issue with the fact that Ken Masters is considered the greatest American fighter.
What if you just, totally beat the crap out of that Ken dude on TV or something?
You are a genius, Candy! Get ready, Ken Masters! Your days are numbered!
Oh my god, his voice
Spoiler,
is the best.
They are not numbered. There's Hakan, a Turkish fighter who specializes in oil wrestling. Before every match, He prepares his
Hakan.
body by lubricating himself.
Oh
his
my
skin
God,
has turned
look at that.
completely red as a result.
Shit.
Though it makes for some of the more hilarious...
Did you just see that? What did you just do to Poison? That was insane. That's some Diddy baby oil stuff right there.
Special moves, I gotta say. He's also a married man who has over 7 children, and they all wear
got a
helmets that
fertile
signify their birth order. To be fair, have you seen his wife? I'm not surprised the man is always getting it on.
Yeah, that's
also,
true.
Hakan is best friends with E. Honda, so that's nice. Another new competitor is Abel, a French mixed martial artist who suffers from amnesia. He wakes up one day inside of a Shadaloo lab as
Another
it was being conquered
amnesic
by a
person.
band of mercenaries. Taken in by the group's commander, Abel has no idea who his family is, what he was doing at the facility, or why his body is covered with tons of scars. Looking for answers, somebody points him in the direction of Chun-Li, as she's the one overseeing Interpol's Shadaloo cases. She figures, well, we can look for answers together at the tournament. So Abel tags along with our heroes. That does it for new characters, but there's a lot of returning ones. Sagat also joins this new tournament, but now he does so with a clean conscience. Fed up with Bison's mad quest for power, Sagat officially hands in his resignation and leaves Shadaloo. A king no longer,
Dude.
the Muay Thai Emperor decides to trade in one crown for another, as he seeks a rematch with Adon.
Hell yeah.
Not only does he get it, but he makes the Jaguar Man look like an absolute bitch, too.
Yeah.
Adon is so humiliated
He's like,
that
"I'm
he
back."
also joins the tournament for retribution. Blanca is back home with his mother and no longer living in the jungle. And while I would like to say that everything lived happily ever after, the fact is he's still a giant green monster man.
Yeah.
The people are terrified, making comments about what a grotesque creature Samantha's son...
Blanca turns out to be like Frankenstein. Like, you know, his intentions aren't bad, but he's such a freak of nature that people can't get used to him. It's rough.
Has become. Blanca can usually take this kind of abuse, but his mother shouldn't have to. He decides to run away from home until he can be a son worth being proud of. Hearing about the new tournament, he hopes he can win the big one so that people will finally love him. He also drags Dan into the tournament too, since he missed out on the last one. Why?
It's a sad
Well,
story.
Sorry. I did try and contact you, but you hadn't paid your phone bill.
Oh, I hope you didn't think Dan's dojo was super successful. It's Dan! Of course he's terrible at bringing in trainees.
Yeah.
Back in Metro City, former bad girl Poison has renounced her criminal ways and has instead become a wrestling promoter. Things were going
Really?
okay until a lot of the wrestlers got fed up being in a washed-up league and quit. With few people left to run a show, Poison's back is against the wall and she needs talent. Badly. She decides to go scouting at the new tournament. Which takes us to Hugo and Dore.
Okay.
Since Final Fight, the big muscle for brains has been working as a construction worker. And while that's certainly nothing to scoff at, poor Hugo just wants more.
Why don't you get up and fight, you blockhead? Or are you just gonna sit there like a...
Oh my god, these animes that they've made look so good. Like, the art style is like Cowboy Bebop. I gotta see these animes, Street Fighter animes.
Potato!
You! The big mother potatoes! Mama! I'll become the big potato!
I'm the big potato?
The greatest backstory that's ever existed. But yes, Hugo enters the tournament and he does fairly well, earning the attention of Poison. The two haven't seen each other since the Mad Gear days, and she is taken aback at how much better he's become.
Hugo, do you want to work with me? I mean, you're strong and all, but you got the smarts of a potato.
You're cool and all, you're strong and all and everything, but you got the smarts of a potato. That's rough.
Think that I'm a potato?
I guess you kind of look like a potato. I mean, you're big and... Whoa there, what do you think you're doing?
You and me, we're going to be #1!
And so the duo of Poison and Hugo was born. The glorious tale of a wrestler and his manager. Good stuff.
That's fucking awesome. She's Hugo's wrestling promoter. She got off the street doing bad stuff and she became a wrestling promoter. That's fucking neat.
Rose! Last time we saw her, she had been possessed by Bison. Feeling uneasy about that brief period of time, she once again joins the tournament to once again stop her nemesis. Also, she once again runs into Ryu to warn him of the danger, and she also once again runs into Guy, who tries to stop her from being sacrificial. Well, gee, I hope her ending's different. And finally, Ryu and Ken are training together and prepping for this new threat. But in the background, something insane happens. Their old master Gouken comes back from the dead.
What?
And not like as a zombie or a robot or something. Nah, he just woke up inside his grave and came back.
So, random resurrection? Okay. Alright.
So the obvious question, why? Well, let's back up to when Ryu was fighting Seth. He managed to awaken a new power that helped him win the fight. And what he channeled was the power of nothingness. An offshoot skill manifested through Ensetsuken. Master Gouken had actually discovered how to use this already, but never got a chance to show his students because of Akuma's attack. When his brother used the Raging Demon, Gouken activated the power of nothingness to separate his soul from his body, so that instead of dying forever...
So is that like 0 point energy? He found a way to harness 0 point energy, and that's how he came back from the dead. Okay, that's wild. Antimatter.
Eventually his spirit would reform and resuscitate the corpse. I know, that's fucking ridiculous. The dude had to have been dead for years, and yet somehow he looks exactly the same as he did back then. What is he, a fucking Kryptonian? So this guy gets out of his super coma, and he's just all...
Damn. Never imagined it would take this long to regain consciousness.
And then he's all... I know, I should enter that tournament they're preparing for. That'll be a fun reunion. Yeah, Gouken, it certainly will. Anywho, that's the backstory for Street Fighter 4, and now we gotta figure out everything that happened. So this game has tons of rival scenes. Unique individual cutscenes that one fighter will always have in an arcade run, and a lot of those are assumed to have happened. El Fuerte fighting Zangief, Chun-Li battling...
Yeah, honestly, arguably, it can be argued, I would say, that the best Street Fighter is Street Fighter 4. Because they really put all of the elements that you wanted in these games into one game. And I think it did. It culminated with 4. And 5 is not even worth getting because it's 4. 5 is 4, pretty much. I say, if you're going to buy a Street Fighter right now, it's cheap as shit, guaranteed. You could probably get it on Amazon Marketplace for like 10 cents or $1 maybe. Get Street Fighter 4 on, I guess, the PS4, I guess. Or Xbox 360. I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, it came out on that because I had it. Street Fighter 4. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? Thank you for being with me. I love each and every one of you guys. Thank you. Doing a show, taking care of business here. All in a day's day, I guess. You know what? What's up, guys? How you doing? It's the Reverend. Your favorite Reverend, maybe. Maybe not. How's everybody doing in the chatterino? What's up, Krista? How you doing? X-Files. Yeah, finger tattoos are awesome. Marquis still here. Glad to see you. I'm glad people are chatting it up. That's cool. Keep each other company. You know what I mean? We're going back to the coolness that is this video. Like, seriously, I'm just loving this. Finger tattoos are awesome, absolutely.
Vega, Abel clashing with Fei Long. The endings certainly establish connections, but rarely do they outright confirm anything. Like, if you're a Cammy fan, one of her major motivations for entering this tournament was to get revenge on Jury.
You'll pay for what you did to my sisters.
Okay.
If you see your state, the deadline to register
Go away.
End this!
But it's like, Cammy's endings deal more with Blease and DiCapri than they do Jury, who in her own endings has much bigger fish to fry. It's hard to say one way or the other if this...
Like, why is he calling her Jury? Like, her name is Y-U-R-I, Yuri. But sometimes a Y can be a J. So maybe that's what he's doing. I don't know. Is it pronounced Jury? I guess so, maybe. No more than I do, because he researched all this lore, so...
fight actually happened, or which character won. In general, the rankings and placement mean diddly dick, because by the time we get to the finale, everything is in complete anarchy with no structure whatsoever.
Bro.
So hey, here's what I can confirm. Hakan defeated E. Honda. They say as much in his ending.
They're rivals.
Sakura
then.
followed both Blanca and Dan into the tournament, and she got her rematch against Ryu. The latter once again claiming victory.
Hakan and Honda are rivals. That makes sense because Hakan is a Turkish oil wrestler. That's crazy, and that's a real thing, guys, over in Turkey, because I've heard Hasanabi talk about it. These big dudes that douse themselves in oil and wrestle each other. That's some wild shit, you know.
Victory. Ken absolutely destroyed Rufus. There was never a doubt in anyone's mind.
That's where it's at. Ken hands fucking Rufus's ass to him. Yeah, I'm gonna defeat the best fucking fighter in America. No, you're not.
This is all your fault, Ken Master!
In Sagat's ending, he returns to Thailand happy and content because he got to face off with Ryu one more time. It's hard to...
I love the story arc they have with Sagat, because it's a lot like my character Zonfer I have in the Tento Saga. Like, he started off to be a really, really bad guy, and then he turns to light. That's redemption stories are like, in my opinion, the best story arc you can have for a character. They start off shitty and they end up being a very, you know, you want to be that type of person. I love that shit.
Say who won the encounter. While Ken and Ryu are usually fighting each other in every game, they did not in Street Fighter 4.
Did you get to see
They
Ryu?
wouldn't, yeah.
Yeah, but we had our hands full with the other fights. Couldn't give it our all.
By that time, they would have to be allies. In 4? Yeah, definitely.
And at some point, Abel manages to confront Seth, and then we find out where this guy came from.
My name is Abel. I'm looking for someone who knows who I am.
So, you are the imperfect one who fled.
Abel also wonders why this guy has the exact same face that he does. Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Abel is also an artificial being, a prototype of what Seth would eventually become. Considered a failure he was to be disposed of until he was found by that band of mercenaries. Street Fighter Cross Tekken has a pretty badass alternate costume where we get to see what Abel looks like without all that skin.
Wow,
pretty fun twist that could be elaborated on going forward. And yeah, that's all I know in regards to the tournament itself.
Wild looking.
The endings I'm familiar with, but how things get to this state is unclear.
Oh my god, did they put Ken Masters in Tekken? See, that's it. It's a very large file, but I have to at least install and boot up Tekken 7 and play it a little bit. It's, my God, if Ken is in Tekken, holy shit.
Who fights Seth? Why, of course, Ryu does. And so does M. Bison, and Abel, and Sagat, and Zangief, and DJ, and Rose, and Phelan, and Akuma. Hell, he even fights himself. And no.
Mirror Man.
These are not alternate endings. All of these encounters happened because you have to remember that Seth is one of 26 duplicate bodies.
Okay.
M. Bison defeats Seth, and then he takes advantage of the situation by sicking the duplicates onto the Street Fighters. But what Bison didn't count on was that these marionettes kinda suck ass.
Oh.
I didn't realize he was that weak.
They all get their asses kicked. No, really. He doesn't just have the lamest name, but Seth is also incredibly pathetic.
Your fists were mute.
That's
They
rough.
had no soul.
You're nothing but a spare body.
Hey, you won't say that if you fight Seth in 4 on the harder difficulties. He's definitely not a bitch. He's pretty hard on the harder difficulties.
Change of clothes in Bison's wardrobe.
SIN never had the upper hand. Bison outplayed Seth in every single way. The puppet story ends with him getting gang beaten by all of his duplicate brothers. Damn. It's at this point that Jury emerges from the shadows to confront M. Bison. As twisted as this girl has become, she still hates him for everything he's done. The two battle, but as we find out in Street Fighter V, Bison is still the bad mama jamma. He defeats Jury Han. Ryu manages to find the Bleast machine when it turns on and tries to absorb the Satsui no Hado. But of course, our hero resists, and he delivers another devastating Shoryuken that blows it up.
Nice.
Pretty anticlimactic, really. Ordered
Well,
by Delta
kinda.
Red to retrieve SIN's files, Cammy is browsing their hard drives when she stumbles upon the Bleast data. Knowing that this information could be used to brainwash others, she goes against orders and deletes it. Crimson
That
Viper
Russian?
almost stops her, but Cammy is too quick and, well, what's done is done. See, while it seemed like Viper was loyal to the cause, in truth, she is actually an undercover agent working for the CIA. Kidnapping Eliza
Oh.
and fighting the heroes was all just an act to...
They throw the CIA in here now. Wow, they're very interesting in the way they craft their narrative, because I did that with my book. Like, I wanted it to be in our world, you know? So the UN was a thing, you know, CDC is a thing. That I like it, man. Very cool shit.
gain Seth's favor. With SIN defeated and the data destroyed, she simply leaves and goes home to her daughter Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah, Crimson Viper is a MILF.
Whoa.
After destroying the data, Cammy manages to find DeCapri. The latter tries to get revenge for abandoning Shadaloo when all of a sudden she stops. Thanks to the experiments, DeCapri's lifespan has been shortened, so she's slowly fizzling out. She takes off her mask to reveal the same but disfigured face that Cammy has. The two girls are twins. And that's when Bison appears out of nowhere to claim his lost doll. He says he can save DeCapri's life at the cost of her freedom.
Does it hurt?
DeCapri and Cammy are twins. That's crazy, man. I did not know that.
It's all right. It's all right.
Spending your last moments staring into your own face. Interesting.
Oh, Cammy looks like... Or Cammy has the accent of a British person, and DeCapri has the accent of a Russian. Interesting.
Kamala Harris's economic plan would lower the cost of every...
I can't wait until election season is over. Ugh.
And so, Bison manages to retrieve DeCapri, leaving Cammy with her guilt. At some point, the base starts to crumble and fall apart, and I'm not sure if it's because of the Bleast machine blowing up or if Shadaloo just planted bombs everywhere. But this is where you come back to Balrog. Again,
Really?
he's just a Shadaloo henchman for most of the series. The only thing he cares about is money.
my fight money!
Definitely.
With the base falling apart, Balrog is desperately searching for something, anything, that he could make money off of. And it's then that he stumbles onto a little boy who's shaking in the corner. One who has the Shadaloo symbol imprinted on his hand. It turns out that SIN managed to infuse a child with psycho power.
Oh,
Balrog
really?
doesn't save the kid out of the kindness of his heart, but rather as a bargaining chip for when he returns to Shadaloo.
It's messed up.
Little does he know, however, that this kid is going to be a major part of his life going forward. Having defeated a Seth body, Rose is tired and distracted when Bison appears.
Capcom, you have to do that. You have to put that little kid as a character, man. And he's like the most OP character. Gotta do that.
You have something that belongs to me. I'll take it back now with interest.
Bison shows her everything he did in possession of her body, and then takes what I can only assume to be the remaining part of his soul. He then tries to leave with the fortune teller.
Put the girl down! Put her down and I'll let you walk away! Or I'll use my ninja blades to make short work of you and your vehicle.
Amazingly, Bison agrees to let her go, but honestly, Guy, you should have just destroyed the jet anyway. Maybe he teleports away like he did with DiCaprio, but shit, at least...
That's like the art in The Death of Superman, where Lois is holding Clark. Crazy.
One of his planes will be gone, and maybe you'll take him out! But hey, Guy saves Rose's life, while Bison lives to fight another day.
Beautiful.
And finally, at some point, Goken makes his survival known to Ryu. Out of nowhere, the old master battles his student, knocking him out in the process.
Bro.
Akuma, who just defeated his own Seth, senses his brother's return. But he's not happy with what he finds.
You've sealed off his power. How dare you! Raging demon! The power of nothingness. Interesting. Let this be a fight to the death. The winner claims the cub.
And we don't get to see this fight. Well, Gen does, although I'm not entirely sure how that works. But regardless, we do ultimately know the outcome. Despite it being a battle to the death, both Goken and Akuma are still very much alive.
Okay.
In Street Fighter V, we see that Ryu is back training under his old master, implying that he won the fight.
Right.
Plus, there's also his ending where he reunites with Ken.
Trying to just disappear without saying goodbye again?
You're both grown men now. You hardly need a master. Or would you rather I order you to the well to gather water?
Yeah, that was hard work.
That's not funny!
Oh, that wacky Goken!
That's
Blanca
so
didn't
anime.
win the tournament, but it's all good. Because not
Animation.
only does his mother find him again, but she insists that she doesn't care what others think. The big green machine comes back home, and instead of finding more disgust and gossip, he finds that his performance in the tournament has won everybody over.
Oh, and they don't think
Blanca
he's a
is
freak
more
anymore.
loved
That's
now
awesome.
than ever before. Maybe he'll get his fairy tale ending after all. Ken returns home to Eliza, and that's when the baby arrives.
He's so small. We were waiting for you, kiddo. Welcome to the Masters family.
Aw! Ken and Eliza...
That's a huge ah. Yeah. Midlife crisis for me, folks.
Eliza named their child Mel. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude Street Fighter 4.
Alright. Now Street Fighter 5. Arcade Edition.
Street Fighter V, a game that had a very rocky launch and the first one to have a proper story mode with in-game cinematics. Finally, something I don't need to speculate about. Although, once again, goddamn, the roster is huge, and they all have individual stories, and Jesus Christ, I wanted this video to be under 2 hours long.
Didn't
But
happen,
yeah, let's
bro.
just get to it. This is the first time we've seen a significant time skip as Mel goes from being a baby to a young child, as M. Bison's hair turns old and gray. And Ken mutated into a fucking banana man. Jesus Christ, dude! What the
Banana
hell is
man.
that thing on your head? It's,
Yeah.
certainly a choice. Shadaloo still doing...
I totally agree with Clement 64, Clement J64, that the the design of Ken in 5 is very weird looking. Like this thing, like he said, Banana Man. Like, that's pretty accurate. Like a banana peel on his head. Like, what the flip is that? They probably are getting sick of making Ken and Ryu every fucking game. So they want to make them look comical at this point, just to get them off the roster. Well, no. Make them better and better versions of the character, because the characters are really well put together. So, like, make Ken more badass looking and older. Make Ken older. Like, 60-year-old Ken. You know what I mean? Like, do that, where he has long gray hair with a long gray beard. Don't take it this way. It's just weird.
Doing its evil syndicate thing, when one day they get approached by the Nuguhao, one of the largest drug cartels in Asia. This group is pretty infamous because they kidnap children and then raise them to be assassins who are proficient with all kinds of poisons.
What?
The one child who can actually merge with these toxins is worthy of being the Fang, the deadliest of all. Anywho, these guys clearly didn't know who they were screwing with as they try to kill Bison. They fail spectacularly, all of them getting murdered except for Fang. And while he does put up a pretty good fight, injecting the dictator with his strongest poison, it's all in vain.
Stupid fool! Your poison doesn't work on me.
Oh, is that
Shang Tsung vibes? Your soul is mine.
Another side effect of psycho power? Either way, this fellow Fang, he finds the strength of Bison to be simply wonderful. Sure, he failed in his mission, but clearly he's on the wrong side. Fang begs to be part of Shadaloo, to which the tyrant agrees because he values strength above everything else. Fang eventually becomes the number 2 guy of the Syndicate, taking Sagat's place as a Shadaloo king. Being such a gigantic fanboy for Bison, he develops a system that will ensure world domination and absolute power.
This Fang dude always turned me off as a character. Like, I don't know, it's like Street Fighter's version of Voldo from Soul Calibur or something. I don't know. I just never got into this character at all.
Project Chains, a plan that involves building gigantic satellites known as Black Moons, which can fire EMPs as well as absorb negative energy that will fuel his master's psycho power.
What? Black Moons? Look at that, and they're zapping the Eiffel Tower, they're zapping the Statue of Liberty. What?
In order to do this,
EMPs.
Shadaloo kidnaps the top researchers, scientists, hackers, and engineers from all over the world. One of which is a 6-year-old girl named Li Fen. She's good with computers, you see. Another is the friend of a Middle Eastern martial artist named Rashid. This man is the eldest son of a wealthy family who is always a
son of a wealthy family. That he is one of the new characters that I think is really friggin' cool. He does like a whirling dervish move, and you fight. His stage in the game in 5 is you're literally fighting on a jetliner that's in the air. That stage is so sick looking. You're fighting on a fucking 747. Insane.
Accompanied by his butler and caretaker, Azam. This guy can kick the air so hard that he creates little tornadoes, thus earning him the moniker Rashid of the Turbulent Wind. He's a guy who loves to fight, seeking out Ryu and Dalsum and many others to test his skills. And then he shows them off by broadcasting himself on FoodTube, this universe's version of YouTube.
That's
After
crazy.
Rashid's scientist friend gets kidnapped by Shadow...
Wait a minute, there's a Street Fighter fake version of YouTube? That's friggin' awesome.
He and his
He's on his
butler go on a
social
journey
media.
to try and get her back. This person, who is never identified by name, is in charge of designing the chess piece keys that activate the Black Moons. She manages to sneak most of them out, sending them to various fighters from around the world. One for Rashid, for Chun-Li, for Guile, for Zangief, for an American fellow named Alex, and for Laura Matsuda of Brazil. A woman who's already squared off with many of the Street Fighter cast, this martial artist has electric grapples, which
she was another character I thought was really cool. Laura. Her moves are like... She's like female DJ, I guess. Like super strong, big legs. She's fucking cool. Brazilian chick.
She frequently uses on her younger brother Sean. I know it's played for laughs, but good lord, this lady is abusive.
Let's make things burn with one more head rub.
Is this considered a typical brother-sister relationship?
Anyway, this friend manages to send out the keys, but she catches the attention of Fang, who is not merciful. Using his poisons, he just straight up melts the poor girl into a purple puddle. Jesus Christ! You know, Fang actually had the potential to be a pretty badass villain. His backstory's cool, the dude is deadly as hell. It's just a shame that he's one of the most annoying characters in the franchise.
Yes.
The way this guy screeches and freaks out is so over the top.
I agree. I do not like
Lord
this
Bison
character.
will be all-powerful and invincible! You got mud on my beautiful clothes! I'll never forgive you!
I was at work when I heard that.
So annoying. For real. Annoying character. So are commercials annoying.
I've had enough of you.
As you can imagine, both Balrog and Vega hate this guy's guts. Hell, Fang's tight-ass behavior is what finally motivates Birdie to leave Shadaloo. The English bouncer turned henchman found that the organization wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Except when it came to their craft service table. The food at Shadaloo is so damn good that Birdie would gorge on it day and night, gaining a lot of weight in the process.
That's rough.
But no food is worth putting up with strict dress codes and snooty bosses, so Birdie...
Like, Capcom needs to make a Nikocado avocado when he was heavy skin for fucking Birdie. That's absolutely a must.
defects and runs away. While doing so, he ends up at Karen Kanzuki's estate. Somehow. His brashness forces Karen to fight him, and the heiress is very impressed with Birdie's strength. She offers him a position among the Kanzuki Zaibatsu. Seeing that these guys also have high-quality food, he gladly becomes Karen's
Birdie goes where the food is at, man.
errand boy. Ever since Street Fighter IV, Cammy has been living with Junie, who is now training to become a member of Delta Red. The former Killer Bee is obsessed with saving the rest of her sisters, eventually managing to find Shadaloo's base.
Meds
She confronts
really
Fang,
kick
who
in.
nearly laughs off her plight, suggesting that even if they were saved, the dolls will never know peace. Reinforcements arrive, and Cammy has to retreat.
Junie, can I ask, are you happy?
I'm not sure.
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta get something to drink other than coffee. I gotta get a bubbly. Oh. Alright. I know there's some people out there that are enjoying this as much as I am. I've wanted to know this lore. And man, there's so much. Like, there's these animes that they got. Like, what? How many anime movies are there? Street Fighter, this is crazy.
If I'm happy now or not, it's hard to know. But now, the time I'm spending with you helps me learn how to enjoy this new life. Please don't let it worry you. I'm happy that you saved me, and I know you can save them as well.
Junie.
Why is she fighting so hard for a
What's
dog?
the deal?
Because they're fucking gay, Vega! Sorry, that's probably wishful thinking on my part.
Oh my god, Clement J64. You like that deal, do you? Oh, Watermelon, what's your deal? Yeah? You doing good, girls? Yes, I love you too. Watermelon says hi, guys. She's here to be a baby girl. She kept Shanny company, and Gavin has been down here to try and comfort Shanny too. The cats are just a wonderful thing to heal. But man, that's the deal right here. They got the lesbian love affair. It's looking like. All right, sweet.
Although Rashid arrives at Shadaloo's base in order to save his friend, but he is unsuccessful and loses his chess piece to Fang. The way this machine works, apparently the more pieces it has, the more powerful it becomes. Why the hell would you let the scientist handicap it like that? Regardless, for Bison's first course of action, he fires an EMP over New York City, causing a major blackout. This gains the attention of everybody, who all rush over to try and...
What? They set off an EMP in New York City? Oh, gee. You know, my book, When Zodfer Invades the United States, that's exactly what he does. He takes out all the major communication hubs in the United States with bombs and EMPs. Wow, this is very interesting writing.
And stop him from robbing a bank. However, since he's accompanied by his fellow kings and the Black Moons are enhancing his psycho power, Bison defeats them handily.
Psycho Crusher.
They retreat and run into an old face.
Nash?
Oh, but it is! Charlie Nash is back from the dead, and he's looking like a weird patched-up Frankenstein monster.
They absolutely love resurrecting people from the dead in games. Like, we never get an explanation. Yeah, he looks like a weird patched-up Frankenstein monster. I'd agree.
After Bison murdered Charlie, a woman named Helen managed to find his body and hid it inside of a nearby sarcophagus. This lady serves Lord Herein, a man with the money and technology that can bring people back from the dead.
Oh, I see.
Not only that, but they've also inserted a...
Got some resurrection technology. Yeah, these two characters I really know nothing about. Lord Herein and this chick, Cullen. I know nothing about them.
Jewel on Charlie's body that can absorb energy, ranging from ki blasts to psycho power. These guys oppose Shadaloo and are going to great lengths to recruit fighters who can bring the Syndicate down. To that end, they've also recruited Rashid as well as the Taekwondo menace, Juri Han.
Oh,
the latter
man,
is
you're
feeling pretty
unstoppable
lousy
now.
because she's just come off of a disappointing rematch with Bison. Not only did she lose again, but the dictator snatched the Feng Shui engine right out of its sockets. Juri is now using a prototype engine plundered from an abandoned SIN facility.
Damn.
She figures the enemy of my enemy may as well be a friend.
Yeah.
So why did this mysterious group spend all this time and money reviving Charlie? Well, he has beaten Bison before, but more than anything, Helen is honoring a prophecy that will go towards her master's grand vision. Oh, this
guy said her name was Colin, but her name's Helen. We're getting into stuff I know nothing about at this point.
group is wild, but I'm going to save their backstory for Street Fighter 3. The point is, Charlie is sent to collect Guile's chess piece key, and he has to defeat his best friend.
Oh my god, guys, look at the graphics. Freaking awesome. This is 5. I gotta play more 5.
In order to bring down Shadaloo. Although Guile takes the L, he ultimately gets the W from a mole he placed in Shadaloo. He discovers that the chess pieces not only arm the Black Moons, but they are also used to shut them down. Thanks to Karen Kanzuki acting
Guys'
as the
arms are
interim
like
Nick Fury,
cyborgs, man.
everybody gathers together to track down the remaining keys. Everyone, that is, except for Ryu. Since the last adventure, Gouken has been teaching his student all about the power of nothingness. However, Ryu still struggles to hold the Dark Hado back. He decides to confide in Dalsum when he appears.
Ooh. This dude.
Dave McCormick got rich.
Yeah, fuck you, Dave McCormick. We've already come to that conclusion. Fuck you, Dave McCormick. Whatever.
What's that? This is Nikali. Known as the Ancient One, this creature is an enigmatic Aztec warrior who fights martial artists in order to devour their souls. He's a being who's been around for centuries, only appearing when the world is at a time of great crisis.
Sorry.
And when it's not...
I apologize ahead of time, guys. Okay? Alright. You know, shout out to Trisha Paytas, okay? Because this is her stuff. LaCroix, this stuff is bomb, actually. If you're trying to get away from soda, try this stuff. It will really help you. Shanny is doing that, and I'm so proud of her. I'm really, really proud of Shanny, because she's trying, guys, you know, to get healthy. So if you could give her prayers, just send good vibes out to my girl, because she's doing her best, man. She's trying. Back to this absolutely incredible video. I can't say enough.
I guess he just turns into a puddle and soaks inside the earth. Well, now that Bison is trying to ruin everything with his black moons, this guy's come to feast. He does take Ryu by surprise, but thanks to Dalsum, he's driven away. Later,
oh my god, you know, I give them credit, okay? They made Dalsum look awesome in 5. Because he's like just this stretchy, fucking, you know, rubber-looking character in Street Fighter 2. They gave him like a gray beard, and they made him bulkier, and his moves are insane. Like, I give him credit.
Was meditating at a waterfall when Ken shows up
Jesus
to check out.
Christ, look at how Ken looks. Why did you guys do that to him? I'm pretty convinced they just want to get rid of Ken completely. And Ryu. Like, maybe keep Ryu, but get rid of Ken. That's what I'm vibing on.
How he's doing. They spar, with Ken scoring the victory. He figures that Ryu's head...
That's crazy. It kind of looks like Ken is wearing a kilt, though. Kinda. But I think it's his gi. What's with the shirt he has? This black and red deal with a collar. It just looks wrong.
Isn't in the game, so he may as well hang back and keep training while everybody else tackles Shadaloo. And Ryu does just that.
See, they have Ryu looking like a maximum fucking badass version of Ryu. You know, he looks awesome. But Ken is like, I don't know. It's weird.
Meditating and sitting around until Nikali comes back for round 2. After a fierce confrontation, Ryu defeats Nikali and then starts to succumb once again to the Satsui no Hado. But this time, our hero focuses really hard and channels everything that his master taught him. This may have flown over people's heads, but this is a significant event. Ryu manages to summon the power of nothingness and actually dispels the Satsui no Hado. He has finally overcome the killing intent. Good news for Ryu, but bad news for Akuma. Ryu punches Nikali super hard, taking the wind out of his sails.
You must go.
Just a regular punch fucks him up.
A sacrifice for you to devour.
Not that he can devour anyone else. Okay, so Nikali's supposed to be like Tekken's ogre, this insane god of fighting whose prowess is something to be feared. But seriously? He's a glorified jobber. He can't beat Ryu, he can't beat Dalsum, he tries to challenge M. Bison and that ends horribly, and of course he goes after Akuma and gets horribly ripped apart. Now, I won't deny that those guys are top tier fighters, but get this. The reason Helen and Urien know so much about Shadaloo is because somebody has been feeding them insider information this whole time.
Look at her.
One of the kings, actually.
Nice.
Because Balrog has no loyalty to Bison, only to money. And while he and Urien are chatting it up, fucking Nikali shows up to defeat the boxer. And he loses! The henchman that all of the
God,
Street
for real.
Fighters beat up on is still strong enough to put down the Devourer of Souls. He ultimately makes no dent in the story other than helping Ryu overcome his dark power. Anyway, the Street Fighters travel all over the world and manage to recover the chess pieces. The only interesting thing that happens during this is that DiCaprio shows up to claim Laura's piece. And so she comes face to face with Cammy, who puts her down. But then the police arrive to rightfully arrest the Shadaloo operative.
What are you doing? Give the girl to us now!
But because they're sisters and Cammy doesn't want anything to happen to DiCaprio, she decides to fight off the police. No,
What?
not Peter! Not Peter!
Peter? What? Cammy kicked that cock right in the fucking dick, man. That's rough.
Peter! And that's when friggin' Jury arrives out of nowhere on a motorcycle.
How sweet. The love between sisters turns them both into fugitives.
And so, Cammy reluctantly takes DiCaprio
Jury looks like Ashenko. Slumber party.
and flees with Jury. In order to escape the authorities, she drives from Brazil to London, England. And I gotta say, that's fucking impressive. Also impressive is that Vega followed them from that pathway as well, challenging Cammy and defeating her. Luckily, she gets saved by her new unlikely ally. The two of them join Charlie and Rashid to be part of Helen's group of misfits. But look, ultimate...
Jesus Christ, look at the thighs on these fucking models, man. Child-bearing hips. If I were some...
Everything ends at the Shadaloo base when the Street Fighters fly in via helicopter to take on the dolls and the kings and the dictator himself.
Bro.
The chess pieces are used to shut down the moons, but it turns out they had a backup plan. Now they need a special password, otherwise everything's fucked. Luckily, Li Fen, the 6-year-old hacker, gives Rashid the clue he needs to figure it out.
I found a command. Light up the pathway for those who stray. I call thy name.
You always had a flair for the obvious when it came to puzzles. But to make the answer to the security question this easy is pretty weak.
I call thy
And
name
so the Black
Rashid.
Moons are taken out as Rashid saves the world. We then get
my
our
God,
final
praise
battles
Jesus.
as Cammy defeats Vega.
Praise God that we have a situation where the Muslims are actually portrayed accurately. That you know, their way is light and love. The real Islam, not the Islam that you get from the governments. That's all twisted and, you know, promotes martyrdom and like that stuff. And when I say martyrdom, I mean literally like children strapping explosives to their bodies. That's evil, and that's not Islam, you know? Like, the true Islam is the next stage of Christianity, really. You know, it's the modern Christianity. But don't go and say that to anybody that's in your church, because, whoa, you'll get thrown out real quick.
Vega, and Rashid defeats the man who killed his best friend. This scuffle manages to destroy Fang's brainwashing device, which completely restores all of the dolls to their senses.
Psycho powers
Really?
disappeared.
At long
Crack the
last,
programming.
Julia is freed from her mind prison and can return to T-Hawk. This also causes one of the dolls, Mars, to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Will you never give up? What? Not yet! I'm too young! I can't die yet!
Yeah, you're gonna get what you deserve.
The poor girl kills herself in order to eliminate Fang. I'd call
She's
that
a hero.
bittersweet, but unfortunately, the sniveling asshole managed to survive.
No.
Just as Ryu, Guile, and Chun-Li go to confront the dictator, his pasty ass shows up looking for revenge.
You told the bastard about the command code!
I hate this. Guys, just give me a 1 in chat if you think this Fang dude needs to go away forever.
I voted for Trump previously, but I will not be.
Yeah, good for you. You realize the guy's an asshole. Me too.
Worked very hard to stop this. Here all alone.
Man, your boobs are suffocating me! But hey, this is another significant moment, because this is when Chun-Li first meets Li Fen, and they will have quite the future together. But now it's the main event. M. Bison versus Charlie Nash. Yeah, the former Air Force pilot turned Avenger is here to settle the score.
No matter how many times you come back, you'll never win against my psycho power.
Perhaps. But I will achieve my victory.
While Charlie puts up a valiant effort, M. Bison has acquired too much power from the Black Moons. So he decides to go out in style, absorbing as much of it as he can. This causes his body to explode, earning him a second death. But Helen's prophecy has come true.
That's pretty awesome. I'm loving all this self-sacrifice, you know? Messiahdom. The greatest gift is for a person to give their lives for their friend. You know? That's Jesus.
True. Charlie does bring down the dictator because now he's on even level with his old nemesis.
As I had expected, you are the one who comes to me in all this chaos. The desire for all power leads to conflict, and that conflict leads to the ultimate battle. Now is the time.
The final confrontation. The final clash between Ryu and Bison.
Yeah. Whoa. That literally is causing Watermelon to freak out. Whoa, she just dashed across the room twice. She's so fast, guys, it's insane. We're almost done here. You're done.
Fuck off. Go away. You ruined the scene, asshole.
Yeah, he
folks,
did.
Ryu's power of nothingness manages to dissolve M. Bison, supposedly for good. Shadaloo as an organization no longer exists going forward, and this saga is at an end. The dolls reclaimed, the kings slinking away to the shadows, everything ends with a bang as the world begins to heal. Later, the two Shotos have yet another battle.
Yeah, they're sparring again.
I guess you won't be needing this anymore, huh?
He gives it the he puts it on Ken.
There is no end on the road to fighting. I know. I still need this.
Oh, he still needs it. That's right,
and
brothers.
That's the end of Street Fighter V. But being a game with lots of DLC, there are many epilogue developments. With Shadaloo defeated, Chun-Li retires from Interpol once again. She would also become a foster mom, as Li Fen has no parents to return to.
Mom. That's cool.
Of course, now she has to deal with a far more difficult assignment: learning how to cook. While this whole thing was going on, Balrog was always working alongside the little boy he saved. A boy who later takes the name Ed. Thanks to Shadaloo's experiments, this child ended up growing into a teenager and then into an adult.
Shout out to Big Ed. Big Ed, you gotta give me some tips on how to come at Ken. You know what I mean? And get in the boxing ring with Ken. That's it.
Male in no time at all. Balrog figured the kid would make for a good sidekick, and so he teaches him how to box. That combined with his own psycho power...
Oh, he is in the game. Ed. And he's like 20 or something. He looks like he's like buffed out and 20 with a hoodie. That's sick.
Ed into a formidable fighter. The duo working together on missions and earning lots of cash. But then one day, Ed meets a mysterious fortune teller.
I sense something incredible is locked inside you.
What?
When you're finished growing up, the you that you are will cease to be.
What are you, a fortune cookie?
This girl is Manat, an Egyptian apprentice who serves under Rose. And like her, she's able to predict people's future as well as use soul power.
She's a prophetess.
Also, she has the best walk animation I've ever seen.
I
Yeah.
sense nervous energy.
Whoa. Her walk Dude. That's crazy looking.
I love her. Anywho, her interaction with Ed completely messes with his head. Being a human test subject, the kid is haunted by nightmares of M. Bison. The kid doesn't want to be just another vessel for the dictator to possess. So one day he decides that he's going to go off on his own.
What's eating you, kid?
If we stick together, you're gonna get hurt one of these days.
You're too weak to hurt me. Chumps like you should shut up and follow orders.
I ain't no chump! You'd be up a creek without me!
And so the two get into a fight. And much to Balrog's surprise, the kid puts him down.
Beat it. Get lost!
This is actually kind of devastating, and I feel bad for Balrog of all people. He was starting to like the kid, and now he's been abandoned. The two go their separate ways, with Ed deciding on a new purpose: to find and save the other kids who were also Shadaloo test subjects. Like the playable character Falk, who can shoot psycho power through a bow staff. Ed assembles a new group referred to as Neo Shadaloo. And oh my god, they have a giant gorilla! Who the hell is that gorilla? If we can't play as the gorilla in Street Fighter 6, then I'm gonna have words with Capcom, okay? Good lord. Anyway, speaking of beasts, Blanca! The big green giant didn't help take down Shadaloo, but he did start up a new line of toys. When a manufacturer told him he was marketable, Jimmy decided to create plushies of himself. The adorable Blanca-chan. Unfortunately, they sold pretty poorly in Brazil, so Sean and Laura give Blanca the bright idea to sell them in Japan.
Put a 2 in chat if you would buy a Blanca plushie. I would buy a couple Blanca plushies, definitely. They're cute as shit.
And that's where he gets reacquainted with Sakura, who is no longer a high school student. Now she's working part-time at an arcade, having left the street fighting scene behind. She agrees to stock up on Blanca's plushies, which makes the little guy extremely popular.
Street fighting is fun. At first, I only wanted to be stronger, but then...
Alright guys, I tell you what, the last of this, I'm gonna give you the full screen. Dude, thank you guys. You guys are great. Loving you in chat, okay? I am gonna mute my mic out for the rest of this, and I'll say bye to you when it's over, because I have to be quite quiet, okay? God bless y'all. Thanks for being here. Love you.
Then there were other things to think about too. Get a real job, maybe get married eventually, and then grow old, I guess.
And that's when she runs into Ryu, who is always happy to spar.
Being alone, just seeking strength, only to eventually die. Is that the right way?
Do you mean I should have a disciple to carry on my skills to the next generation?
Well, having a disciple is similar, but I meant having children to create new bonds in our lives.
And right then and there, Sakura realizes that she actually wants to have kids. She wants youngins of her own to lead into the future. And then she gets embarrassed talking about this in front of Ryu, who she's idolized from the very beginning. Oh boy. Back in Metro City, Mike Hagar retires from office. He's had a good run, he's idolized by everyone, but now it's time to let someone else have a crack at it. And get this, the new mayor turns out to be Cody Travers! Yeah! At some point the guy managed to serve his prison sentence, and then at the suggestion of his old friend, he decides to run for office. Despite his violent tendencies and his criminal record, the people still support Cody and decide to give him a chance. This makes for a major shock to the Street Fighter system, because now the guy who was once chilled and relaxed about everything has much more responsibility. Now he's the one checking in on the old Mad Gear gang, making sure they don't return to their criminal ways. And in the case of Abigail, he's become an upstanding citizen who works at the scrap heap with Roxy, Jay, and Axel. Although I suspect he's taking an absurd amount of steroids, because holy shit, this man is friggin' huge. Also, I would be remiss not to mention that when Cody was announced for Street Fighter V, he was played in live action by my girlfriend's favorite wrestler, Kenny Omega. And yes, you did need to know that. Back in an abandoned SIN facility, Juri Han learns of a hidden prototype doll. Not to be mistaken for Abel, this is Doll Unit 0, a female version of what would ultimately become Seth. Hoping to recruit a helper puppet, she wakes up the machine, not realizing that it has backed up memory.
Little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Well, Jory, who is a piece of junk?
Okay, so Seth's story isn't over. For now, he's returned in a much hotter body. However, something is horribly wrong as Seth's cognition is all kinds of haywire. His desire to kill Bison has overloaded his personality, and he seems to have no idea who's actually in front of him.
My name is Seth!
Jury leaves the broken doll to his fate, which is apparently to continually search for Bison. At some point, he crosses paths with Ed and Falk, mistaking them for the dictator because of the psychopower in their bodies. They actually let Seth live, feeling pity for the sad robots. Akuma manages to cross paths with Gen one more time.
Your fist is indeed mighty, but without knowing the path of humanity, you will never reach the path of the divine.
I walk the demon's path. I have no interest in the path of humanity nor the divine.
Now, I'm not sure, but I think Gen might actually be dead. I mean, the guy's had a terminal illness since the series began, and if Street Fighter 6 is going to take place another 10 years or so into the future, I can't see Gen being a part of it. Him being in Akuma's story seemed to be a send-off of sorts, a finale to the two's ongoing rivalry. But hey, maybe I'll be proven wrong. Nevertheless, Akuma's search for the ultimate opponent continues still. He comes face to face with Ryu, but this time takes solace in the fact that he's chosen the power of nothingness. While the Dark Hado is a powerful tool, he knows all too well from Gouken that the opposite is true. Theirs will be the ultimate clash between light and darkness, of which darkness once again prevails.
Foolish boy, why are you smiling?
My fist asks yours. Only yours can respond. That's how it'll always be.
Kamala Harris understands the struggle.
Our paths will cross again someday. I shall meet you at your journey's end.
You know, Akuma may find a new opponent one day, because another fighter has just discovered the temptation of the Satsui no Hado. And that fighter is Sagat. Oh yes! While resting in Thailand, Sagat started to feel that killing intent. That twisted voice that urges him to give in to death and destruction. The Muay Thai Emperor finds himself on the same path as Ryu, of which he intends to stay the course. Whether that lasts is something yet to be seen. And finally, we have to talk about a very mysterious fellow who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. This man identifies as G, the President of the Earth.
As the President of the world, I will fight for the precious Earth. My power is the power of all the people of the Earth.
This man films himself on FooTube battling all kinds of Street Fighters, gaining everyone's attention, including that of the fortune teller Rose, who sends her apprentice Manat to ascertain his skill. Surprisingly, G takes down the fortune teller with relative ease. Rose senses an overwhelming force of nature in this man, his tarot card associated with the Fool. So, just to be absolutely sure, she decides to battle the man herself. And while doing so, a strange vision enters her head.
I'm sure you can see it in your mind's eye very clearly. You and I, and all the people of the Earth, where we are now heading to.
It's not true. Because it's the end of everything.
Rose sees the apocalypse. At some point, everyone is going to die. And G knows this. For some reason. Most people think he's just a goofy president character, a buff Abraham Lincoln. But no, there's something very strange and powerful about this guy. He is so enthralling that he even earns the attention of a shadowy organization. And this is the perfect segue. For you see, during the credits, we get the big twist ending of Street Fighter V. that the woman who brought Charlie back from the dead is not actually named Helen. No, her real name is Colleen, and she belongs to the secret society. The final game I'm going to talk about, a classic that wasn't appreciated back in the day, mainly because the only returning characters were Ryu and Ken. Everybody else was completely new. This includes the final competitor, who is the president of the secret society. His name is Gil, and his body is split down the middle between fire and ice. Yeah, look at the guy. Half of his body is blue and the other is red. A goofy design, but goddamn is he powerful. Okay, so the secret society is basically the Illuminati. This is a shadow government that has secretly been policing the world for 2,000 years, forcing events to transpire exactly how they wish. They saw that Shadaloo was getting too big for its britches, so they brought back Charlie to defeat M. Bison. Gil sees the wars and conflicts, and he believes that the world is going to end. And since he has the power and vision to see what's coming next, his society is the only thing that can steer the ship towards utopia. This desire for peace is what ultimately won over Colleen, because the young girl was a refugee fleeing from battles in Europe when she came face to face with the angel who saved her life. And she's been a loyal assistant ever since. So is Gil a good guy? Kinda? Sorta? I mean, that being said, the secret society does a lot of inhumane, horrible shit. Like human experimentation. At some point, they abducted a man named Ilya inside Moscow. They then proceeded to insert a chip into his brain that taught him martial arts. They messed around with his body, made him super rubbery and electric, and kept him locked inside of a cage. He was far from the only one, too, as they managed to perform similar experiments on a young girl named Effie. Ilya, who now goes by the name Necro, got very close with this woman, and the two of them fell in love. One day, Effie managed to find a way to bust them out of their prison, and the two have been on the run ever since. The purpose behind these horrific experiments were to discover the truth to immortality, something heavily pursued by Gil's brother, Herein. Yes, Herein and Gil are brothers, and thus have the exact same fighting style. They've been in the society ever since they were children, studied to see which one was worthy of claiming the throne. Despite all of Heurein's efforts, Gil proved to be the far more powerful combatant. And ever since, his brother has had a major chip on his shoulder. Herein does not care about preserving the society's ideals. He doesn't care about maintaining some kind of peace. He just wants to rule the world. Gil was genetically modified to be able to shoot fire and ice powers, while Herein was modified to harden his skin. Yeah, that's not his natural color. His body turns to bronze every time he gets into a fight. So anyway, Gil has remained out of the spotlight for quite some time. That is until G appears on FoodTube. At the behest of Colleen and Heurein's concerns, Gil decides that this is the perfect time to make his presence known.
The match with that person will be live video streamed all over the world.
That I do not mind, Colleen. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am.
Gil battles G and secures the victory. But still,
the ancient Earthling reveals himself.
The power of this one. I know I have felt it somewhere before, but where?
I was at work when I heard that they had
Is G. Either way, Gil becomes a street fighter, battling against tons of people. He manages to fight a man named Tom, beating him so badly that he's put into the hospital. And then he makes an announcement, a special tournament to bring in the strongest fighters from around the world. Unlike last time, this doesn't catch the attention of everybody, leaving out fan favorites like Zangief and Dalsum and Blanca. Now it's just Ryu, Ken, and a whole bunch of fresh faces. Like the English boxer Dudley. This guy came from a wealthy family and enjoyed a life of luxury. Then one day, his father made a bad business decision that cost his family everything. While living in poverty, Dudley decided to get into the sport of professional boxing, which it turned out he was really good at. Dudley becomes a big-time champ who reclaims his childhood fortune except for one thing. His father's convertible. He looks everywhere for this thing until finally he discovers that it's in the possession of the secret society. I don't know why, I don't know how, but Dudley enters the tournament to get it back. Then there's Elena, the daughter of an elder in a small African village. Taught how to engage in capoeira, this girl has a positive outlook on life and wants to experience everything the outside world has to offer. And these fighting tournaments are a great opportunity to do that. Her first adventure was back in Street Fighter IV, where Elena managed to snag a selfie with Akuma of all people. How in the hell did she pull that off? Elena decides to study abroad in Japan, where she meets her best friend, Narumi. There she can recklessly drive down steep hills on her bicycle. Yun and Yang, the twin dragons. Remember 2 hours ago when I said that Lee from Street Fighter 1 wasn't a major character, but his nephews were? Yeah, that's them. Referred to as the Lee brothers because of the connection to their uncle, these two use martial arts to keep the streets clean of crime. They're like vigilante superheroes without the fancy costumes. Yun is the one in white who's reckless and free-spirited, and Yang is the one in orange who's calm and collected. These two are good friends with Chun-Li, whom they followed into SIN's tournament. The experience was so good, they jumped at the chance to participate in this new one. There's Ibuki, a Japanese teenage girl who was raised in a village referred to as the Glade of Ninjas. She was trained as a child to embrace the art of ninjutsu. Kunais, smoke bombs, the works. However, it's a very strict upbringing that doesn't leave much room for fun.
This sucks! I mean, a girl only gets one chance at her youth! I have a right to get out there and meet cool guys!
So Ibuki makes up an excuse and ends up participating in SIN's tournament, where she gets acquainted with Sakura. She ends up being friends with Karen as well, earning a spot in that network of high schoolers. So yeah, she was in 4 and 5, but she never really did much. In Street Fighter 3, she's graduated her schooling and is now being sent on a very important mission, to retrieve the G-file from the Secret Society's headquarters. Now, I thought this was referring to the President of the Earth, but it seems to be referring to the experiments instead. Although, maybe it's referring to both. Gil seemed to think G felt familiar, maybe he used to be an experiment of some kind. The speculation, the speculation. Either way, Ibuki joins the tournament. Another competitor is Oro, a 140-year-old hermit who lives in a cave. This guy is a martial arts master, and if you think his age means he's fragile, oh, anything but. Oro is so strong and so efficient that he purposefully handicaps himself by fighting with one arm. He has two, they both work, but it's just not a challenge if he goes all out. So yeah, she was in 4 and 5, but she never really did much. In Street Fighter 3, she's graduated her schooling and is now being sent on a very important mission, to retrieve the G-file from the Secret Society's headquarters. Now, I thought this was referring to the President of the Earth, but it seems to be referring to the experiments instead. Although, maybe it's referring to both. Gil seemed to think G felt familiar, maybe he used to be an experiment of some kind. The speculation, the speculation. Either way, Ibuki joins the tournament. Another competitor is Oro, a 140-year-old hermit who lives in a cave. This guy is a martial arts master, and if you think his age means he's fragile, oh, anything but. Oro is so strong and so efficient that he purposefully handicaps himself by fighting with one arm. He has two, they both work, but it's just not a challenge if he goes all out. This guy is a fountain of wisdom, earning the respect of fighters like Dalsum and Rose, who often consult with him when they're feeling lost. He doesn't normally join tournaments like this, but when he hears that it's being run by the Secret Society, it piques his interest. Ryu and Ken also join the tournament, but this time, the latter brings in his apprentice, Sean Matsuda from Brazil. Ever since Mr. Masters beat up Fang in front of him, the kid's idolized the Shoto and wants to be strong just like him. I mean, yeah, he has a sister who could teach him martial arts, but she's batshit insane, so I get it. Ken agrees to train him, but he's not exactly enthused about it, sometimes pawning him off to Ryu instead. Sean is a work in progress. He may be totally playable in the game itself, but in terms of lore, he's the weakest fighter on the roster. unable to qualify in tournaments that Ken wins all too easily. One of his win quotes is for people to stop calling him Dan, which, oof, you know you're in rough shape when people are drawing those comparisons. Still, Ken himself might be a little distracted because he's already teaching his own son how to fight, which one time was quite painful as Mel accidentally punched his dad in the dick. And the final competitor I want to talk about is Alex, a New Yorker who was actually the main character of this story.
I'm sorry I have to come on mic quick because Ken's son punched him in the dick. Well, I'll tell you, the one time at the Habitat, Zachary was really into playing Street Fighter, right? And we put him on a break from it because I was in the kitchen with him and he gave me an uppercut, bro. It was absolutely amazing. Like, if he chooses to be a boxer in his time, he's going to be a lethal weapon, I'll tell you that. But that was hilarious. That happened to me in real life, so I had to say it.
This guy was trained by a war veteran named Tom, someone who was a close friend to Alex's late father. When the dad died, he took Alex in to live with him and his only daughter, Patricia. And the young martial artist has been grateful ever since. So naturally, when his mentor gets beaten to a bloody pulp by some weird blonde guy, he takes major issue with this. Alex, you don't need to avenge me. We fought, he was strong, and I was not. That's all. But Alex isn't hearing it. He burns with vengeance and decides to enter the Secret Society's tournament. He even beats up Balrog in the preliminaries, preventing the former Shadaloo thug from joining. Jeez, this guy's having a bad time, huh? Regardless, Alex goes forward with determination to take down the Society leader. And that's the setup for Street Fighter 3. Like the previous 2D games, there's not a lot to go on, but I do know a few things that happened. For one thing, Alex had to have beaten Hugo Endore. The two characters have this Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant thing going on, a rivalry that's even featured in one of the game's openings. I have no doubt in my mind that they clashed. The hermit Oro does end up in a match with Ryu, and even though this guy's defeated monsters like M. Bison, the old man is no joke and he actually takes down the World Warrior. But even still, Oro is very impressed, to the point that he drops out of the tournament because he doubts there's any better competition going forward. Oro sees in Ryu a promising fighter who could potentially be his next student. Dudley does not win the tournament, but he does confront Gil about his father's car. And since the Secret Society doesn't really need a fancy convertible, he makes Colleen hand over the keys. And just like that, Dudley's reclaimed everything from his lost fortune. In Third Strike, you can actually see him enter a match with his dad's old car. So that's nice. And at some point, Ibuki successfully retrieves the G-file and brings it back to her ninja village. Gil thinks it's harmless to hand it over because the project has already begun and nothing can stop it now. Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. But finally we come to the main event. The one who makes it to the finals of the tournament is Alex. And even though Gil has some incredibly gnarly powers, from fire and ice to freaking health regeneration, Alex still focuses really hard and scores the victory. This is an encounter that completely shocks Gil, who now takes a giant interest in the muscle-bound New Yorker. Alex returns home to find that Tom is out of the hospital and walking on his own again. And knowing that his master's gonna be okay, all of the anger that he had completely fades away. Also, am I crazy, or does Tom look like French actor Jean Reno? You know, the guy who happened to be the star of Capcom's Onimusha 3? He doesn't play Tom in that game, but still, this could be yet another wacky connection for the Capcom multiverse. Oh boy. After Gil's defeat, Urien gets the confidence to challenge his brother again for control of the society. And get this, he wins! Urien does.
Man, that's wild. Jean Reno connection. There's a Jean Reno, Leon the Professional connection to Street Fighter. What? That's crazy.
Does defeat his brother, who honors their agreement. The Secret Society appoints Urien as the new president. Now, Mr. President, it's time to meet the Emperor. What? The Emperor? His existence has been known only to our former presidents and the chairman. Welcome aboard, Mr. President. Yep, Gil just promoted himself to Emperor, keeping all of the power and making Urian's position meaningless. What a dick move. Okay, we're almost done, but it should be mentioned there are 3 versions of Street Fighter 3. The first 2, New Generation and Double Impact, are all about the Secret Society's tournament. The final game, Third Strike, takes place after the first 2 games. It acts as a kind of epilogue story while including some new fighters. One of which is Q, a very mysterious character. He wears an iron mask, he makes weird grunting noises, and I can't tell you anything about him. No, really, that's his lore. Nobody knows what Q is, why they're fighting Street Fighters, or anything, really. But the one-letter name does feel similar to G, who's also very mysterious. And in Street Fighter V, G has a Q costume. Are they related? Are they the same guy? I don't know. Maybe one day.
Gentleman's Quarterly shout out by Capcom? GQ? I don't know. Q is Trump, right? Ugh.
Capcom will tell us all about it. There's Remy, a troubled young man who hates street fighting because his dad left the family in order to become a warrior. And when he did, Remy's sister ended up dying. So Remy decided to crystallize her, somehow, and he keeps her placed inside of a cave somewhere. Then he became a Street Fighter himself in order to punish other Street Fighters as a means of revenge. Okay then. Eventually he realizes that he needs to chill out and gives up on his hatred. And then there's 12, a plant-based liquid android developed by Urian and the Secret Society. It has the ability to morph its body into anything it wants, including the very fighters that it battles. It's been created to retrieve all of the runaway experiments like Necro and Effie. The two clash at some point in Third Strike, and I'm willing to bet that Necro won that encounter. Still, the Secret Society's gotta be careful, because 12 is starting to develop self-awareness. And if we remember anything from people like Seth, that usually goes pretty badly. And the last new challenger will be Makoto, a young girl who specializes in karate. When her father died, she inherited his dojo, which has seen hard times. In order to spread the word and bring business back, she participates in various tournaments and street fights. After teaching Li Fen some martial arts, Chun-Li gets the bright idea to become an instructor who passes her knowledge down to others. So, she's now a teacher, teaching other kids how to defend themselves. This, along with her past efforts against Shadaloo, earns the attention of Urian, who kidnaps Li Fen. Chun-Li follows this asshole to some ancient ruins and promptly kicks the shit out of him. She saves Li Fen for what is hopefully the last time. Alex won the tournament, but that still doesn't make him the greatest fighter ever. Eventually, he crosses paths with Ryu. And we all know how good he is. The Shoto makes quick work out of the New Yorker. But this defeat doesn't sting as Alex enjoys the encounter and desperately wants a rematch. Will he ever get it? Oh. And finally, at some point, Ryu and Ken battle each other again. The former remarking how he has the upper hand in terms of score. But that doesn't stop them from crossing fists yet again. And really, that's the essence of Street Fighter, isn't it? Fighting and fighting and fighting again to see how much you've improved. The eternal struggle of this thing we call life. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm finally done. So, this video took forever to make. As I was making this video, Street Fighter VI hit store shelves. It takes place ahead of every game in the chronology, with enough of a gap that Li Fen is now a teenager, where Ryu is now sporting a big burly beard, and you get to create your own character and wander the streets of Metro City, meeting new and old faces alike. I could tell you all about it, but again, the point of this video was to be a primer, to inform all of the newbies what exactly led up to this point. And if there's anything I've discovered, it's that people actually like fighting game lore. We strive to know what exactly is driving the conflicts in these games. We want to know the personal relationships, the fun connections, the Easter eggs. We want to care more about the Indian yogi who floats in the sky and breathes fire. Street Fighter 6 is a good jumping on point, but if you ever had questions about the lore, hopefully this has been enlightening. I have no doubt that I've probably gotten some details wrong. There are probably things about the characters you're yelling at me about for not mentioning. But come on, look at the length of this video! How much more did you want me to say? But regardless, whatever I failed to mention, feel free to inform me in a nice, friendly way. I put a lot of effort into this project, while not feeling great physically. But after the response to my Tekken video, I'm sure a lot of people are leaving today quite satisfied. But me? I'm done talking your ear off. So go pick up the new game, it's fantastic! Because as Luke tells you in the opening cutscene...
Hit the streets!
Thanks!
Absolutely awesome. So, I want to thank everybody for being with me tonight. That was phenomenal. Hussy's in the room. Was that Hussy? No, that's not Hussy. Sorry. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for being with me tonight and going through the crazy lore of Street Fighter. And man, that end scene right there, that end thing where he's talking about 6 kind of makes me want to see where that's going, because you're in Metro City, you create your own character and you're in Metro City, and I guess it's an open world game or something. That sounds pretty interesting to me. So maybe when there's a Steam sale on or something, I'll pick it up. Peace. Maranatha, you need Jesus Christ tonight. Ask him in your heart if he's real and get saved. I'm out. What's this? What's the deal? Who's that? That's a boy.